is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I feel drowned in pain. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pain. Freedom. You know I'm through with you. Your hoops are my obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. Victim, but when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself, did, yeah. I wonder if you. What's up? Woo! Oh my God, it's late. What a day. Just wanna be free, yeah. Dude, how we doing? Dude, I used to start at this time all the time. Now I wanna be free. I wanna be free. Dude, the can is all fucked up, so it won't stand up. So there we go. Hello. Are we back to the normal start time? No. I mean, as far as like, we're gonna be on the early start time. And I will explain in a moment. I'm gonna let this play for 1 sec here. Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I want
Here we go.
I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant.
There we go. So, okay. Here, allow me to explain. Give me a minute here. Getting set up. We bounced out there. So, first off, yeah, it looks like a fucking giant urine sample, doesn't it? Oh shit. Dude, yes. So the can is all fucked up. Like sometimes I order shit from Amazon and the cans are all fucked up and they won't like stand up. So that can, I can't stand up because the bottom of it is all screwed up. So essentially, guys, I could have started the stream at like 9:30. I've had a little bit of a discombobulated day, busy with shit, and I slept some and I didn't get all the work I wanted to get done. And so I made a judgment call to start the stream late. And so I could get that video and get these shorts and get everything I wanted to get done today done. Right? Boom. So there you go. So that's how we got on the late stream. And yes, I used to stream at this hour every fucking day. This used to be the normal start time, but it's not going to be the normal start time. The early start time is way better and way more conducive to me getting everything I'm done. It's just that every once in a while there's going to be a late stream when I get sort of off the schedule. And I'll be honest, the Super Bowl and like some other shit has gotten me a little off schedule. Okay, I got a little off schedule, right? But now we're gonna get back on schedule and we'll be good. I think it's also been a little hard that like there's like not a defined story of the moment. You know what I mean? And yeah, definitely some life and stuff. You know, I mean, you know, Jenny and I got life stuff. I mean, we all have life stuff. But like, dude, I feel like, you know, I think the Ghislaine Maxwell thing is probably the story of the day. But I'll be honest, I'm a little discombobulated by a number of things. Like one, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. So let me just say this. One, the TPUSA thing is really like fucking me up. And let me explain what I mean by that. Like, how do you realize that these motherfuckers, for lack of a better term, are like, they're trying to exert, I mean, I think it's bullshit, but they are trying to act like they have like now taken some social fucking power, like they're taking over the NFL or something. Right? Have you noticed that? That these guys are executing some propaganda. They're like, the NFL is like shaking in its boots because we played a pre-recorded video or whatever. Like, this is some weird shit. Like, they are trying to do a psychological coup of our fucking society or some shit, right? And like, dude, they need a fucking beat down. You know, metaphorically, of course. I'm not advocating for any violence, but you know what I'm saying? Like, something needs to go on that now they are, you know, they are like, you know, they're getting way too big for their britches, as my mom used to say. And Tim's, you're saying it's just noise, but like, I don't know, man. it is just noise, but they're going to try to parlay that noise into other shit, right? Like, for example, if they create some narrative that like they have taken on the NFL, then what's going to happen is they're going to start bullying schools, and schools are going to start caving to them, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we live in a world of like PR games. So if we allow them to execute this false narrative of accomplishment, they're going to then try to parlay that into more control, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going to, no matter what, they're on a mission. I know they are, but we have to figure out an effective way of fighting it. You don't think so? They look like fools. I mean, they do look like fools. Dude, you see the Benny Johnson shit? Like, did you see this shit? Dude, this is crazy. Dude. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Look at him. I mean, dude, what are we doing, bro? Like, oh my God. But dude, what is the fucking horse? Where is it? I mean, there's two things that are happening right now. Did you see this one? Right? They're saying Trump called the police about Epstein in 2006. Did you see this? Now Trump is like, oh, Trump was the guy who called the police. This is dangerous, guys, because you ready for this? You ready for this right here? Why we need to talk about this is Trump knew in 2000 that Epstein sex trafficked Virginia Giuffre. Okay? So the question remains, if Trump is aware that Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficked one of his employees in 2000, why did it take him until 2006 to call the cops? And why did he only wait until there was an investigation open into Epstein to call the cops? And, right? You know what I mean? Like, could it be because Trump and Epstein were like doing some crazy illegal shit in the 90s? And all of a sudden Trump wants to like, hey guys, I'm the whistleblower now. Forget about like all the shit we did in the 90s. Wasn't me. Dude, this is crazy. Right? You know what I'm saying? And, right? You know what I mean? And it says unsealed court document, but like, who is redacted? Is it right? Oh, there we go. Trump told blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. But guys, wait a second. Like, let's read this. Hold on. We're just going to start here because I have no real agenda today, guys. We're winging it because I'm fucking out of my head right now. I'm having crazy mania, but let's read this one. Okay. Hold on. Let me fucking save this shit. All right. I'm gonna pull it up on the big screen over here, aka the thing. Trump always weasels out. He tries. But dude, we gotta fucking do something with, because this shit is getting crazy. Okay? This is an interview of somebody. This is in 2019. Okay? Right? But like first off, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? We don't know, like, if this is hearsay. Is this a fucking, right? You know what I'm saying? Is this hearsay? Is this a actual report? I mean, we don't even know what this is. We don't know who this interview is of. Like, there's a lot of context missing here. All right? But it's, knew Epstein was disgusting, but listen to this paragraph. It says, Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil and to focus on her. Okay? Trump told blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Now, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like exactly what Howard Lutnick said in that interview Like, yeah, man, I saw the massage table. I got the hell out of there. I like one and done, right? And now we're finding out that Lutnick was taking kids to the island. Lutnick was in business with him. That's weird. Now Trump is like, oh, yeah, I saw Jeff with teenagers, got just one time, got the hell out. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns. Blank was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy, but like, that's it. Like, this is what they're relying on. One sentence. Trump told blank he was around Epstein once. He got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the first people to call when people found out they were investigating Epstein. Like, I mean, I don't feel like that's the gnarliest, like, oh my God, Trump was the big whistleblower, right? Doesn't that seem a little like just a little bit lacking in evidentiary value? I mean, does it even mention Trump anymore? Dude, they've cut out one page and you see that? Do you see what they've done though? Look at this. Look at what's happening here. He's saying breaking unsealed court documents detail how Trump called the police about Epstein in 2006, where he described Ghislaine Maxwell as Epstein's evil operative. But like, dude, this doesn't even say that. It just says that Trump said somebody, right? That Trump said Maxwell was the operative, and Trump was one of the first people to call when he found out that Epstein was being investigated. But like, dude, they're really running with this like two sentences as though they have this official whistleblower report from Trump, right? You know what I mean? You would think you would read this and it's Donald Trump detailing vast amounts of information. I mean, this is a stretch, okay? We don't even know who this interview is. We don't know who this third person is that they're talking about. We don't even know who's, you know what I mean? They had civil cases as co-defendants. Dude, archive, let's go. Dude, there's a zillion civil cases, but, right? Prince Andrew was a fixture in Palm Beach. None of the victims said they had sexual contact with men other than Epstein while in Epstein's orbit. An interior designer told Palm Beach police rooms in the Virgin Islands had been decorated for teenage girls. Blank contacted the Virgin Islands Police Department. In the end, when Epstein had turned himself in to plead the misdemeanor, Blank was not notified and found out from the newspaper. Like, I mean, I don't even know what this document is that we're looking at. But what I do know is that every right-wing influencer, right? Every right-wing influencer was like spreading this today, okay? Breaking, Trump called the police, okay? You ready? Watch this. Hold on. Just honestly, this is crazy, okay? Look at this. So let's see if we can find the rest of these. Dude, I've been seeing it like all over the internet. I mean, maybe we'll just go page by page, right? With the usual suspects. But like, we have the fucking Doherty misinformation guy. And look at what he says. Files confirm Trump blew the whistle on Epstein in a 2006 phone call. Trump was one of the very first to call. Trump said Ghislaine Maxwell. But you notice how he's like just taking like one word and three words in quotes, right? But he's right. Democrats are speechless. Speechless. Dude, I got in here and I'm like, if you think this phone call exonerates all the teen girls that Trump was climbing on, bro, just while he was Epstein's best friend, like, you are wrong, bro. I'm sorry, but you don't get to be Epstein's best friend and like essay teenagers for 15 years and then think you make one phone call to the cops and all of a sudden we're going to forget about everything, dude. You know? Like, I mean, bro, it just doesn't work that way, dude. And you know, like, all right, nah, dude, you know what I'm saying? I know he said he wished her well. And what's more is this, is why did Trump wait 6 years after one of his employees was sex trafficked by Epstein? Virginia Giuffre was sex trafficked in 2000. She was not 18. And Trump waits 6 years to call the cops. And then he only calls the cops after he finds out Epstein's been arrested and he knows the cops are eventually going to be coming to him. So instead of, can I tell you a story, guys? Let me tell you a story that's going to illustrate what Trump did. Okay, so in the 90s, I went out with a buddy one night. I'm in my Camaro. I'm drunk as shit. And we're driving around by the Santa Monica Pier. I turned the wrong way on a big, like 4-lane one-way street. And I am driving into oncoming traffic. One of those cars was an LAPD police car. I'm driving right toward it. I was like, holy shit, I am going to go to jail if they pull me over. So you know what I did? I rolled my window down and I flagged the cop over to me. And I said, hey man, I'm really lost here. I am like freaking out. Can you tell me how to get to so-and-so? And the cop's like, yeah. He's like, calm down. It's going to be okay. Let me tell you how. You're going to flip a U-turn. I'm going to hold the traffic. You're going to make the second left. You're going to go 4 blocks and make another left. So what I did was I flagged them to me. I drew the attention to me and said, hey guys, I'm panicking. I really need help. And now I'm not saying, you know, please don't drive drunk. Please don't engage in any crazy behavior. But what I am showing you is a technique you use where if you're about to get in a lot of trouble, you make a spotlight on yourself and then people assume you're innocent because if you were actually doing something wrong, you wouldn't be being noticeable. And yes, it is absolutely white privilege. Okay. If I had been any color whatsoever other than white, and maybe even if I hadn't have been a man, I would have been in deep shit. But yeah, that is white male privilege all the way. And I'm not going to deny that. But this thing though is anytime somebody is in danger of getting in trouble, okay, like identifying themselves as like, hey, let me fucking tell you what I know. It can sort of like alleviate things a little bit. Okay. It can alleviate things a little bit. That technique of like, oh shit, they're about to come for me. So I'm going to go to them and make it seem like I have nothing to hide. Okay. And so my point being is that's what Trump did. Okay. That is what Trump did. Okay. And Trump realized Epstein was arrested. Epstein was probably, Trump's name was going to come up. So instead of waiting for his name to come up so they might be suspicious of them, Trump injected himself into the situation and said, hey guys, I hear you arrested Jeff Epstein. Let me tell you some shit about Epstein. And Trump may have even said, he's going to try and implicate me here and me there, or this, that, and the other. Right? You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know. There was something about that was not, obviously, if Trump was really concerned about Epstein's behavior around teen girls, he would have called the cops after Epstein sex trafficked one of his employees. That's my point. All right. He proactively tried to weasel his way out. Okay. But like, dude, I guess what I am worried about this. Okay. What I am worried about is that like they are like, there is like a heavy coordinative narrative being built here. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like there, and between Todd Blanche and the Trump DOJ and the right-wing influencers and Fox News, there is like a heavy Trump exonerating, fucking like, they're like trying to wag the dog with us right now. And this shit is really starting to bother me, guys. You know what I mean? I don't know if you like are seeing that. Criminal case, doc, Discord, react on stream, right? Doe versus Trump. Hold on. Dude, this is the Katie Johnson one, right? That's what you're showing? The Katie Johnson like lawsuit? I know the Katie Johnson lawsuit, right? Check out the parents that are on the YouTube channel. The Necessary Conversation. Dude, dude, they're definitely dude, they are like, dude, they are fucking they are like hard at work with the Trump narrative here. All right? Like this whole, dude, I'm just fucking, yeah, it is like, you ready? So let me put it this way, okay? Hold on. I want to look at some other right-wing influencer people. Who else do we have that is a major right-winger that's working the Epstein thing? We have Doherty. We have Benny Johnson. Who else is a big, like some of them are only working the racism angle, like end wokeness. Is Cat Turd doing Epstein? I don't know if Cat Turd is doing Epstein. Cat Turd might just be the racist shit. And like foreign policy. Cat Turd, I don't think it really touches Epstein. Oh, but yeah, Gunther Eagleman will be Epstein though. Yeah, Cat Turd sticks to the racist shit. All right. So here, let's do the Gunther. This fucking dumbass. This guy'll have it. Right? You notice all of these guys block me. But where? Oh, yeah, here he is. I knew Eagleman would have it. Right. There we go. Breaking. Files just confirmed Trump was the very first to blow the whistle. Newly released police phone call recording. Trump straight up called the cops. Blah, blah, blah. He flagged Ghislaine Maxwell, told them to focus on her. Right? Right? So anyway, here's why I find this troubling, guys, is because I don't think it'll work on most people. Free expression. Free expression, you may be right. But I don't know. Guys, I don't know, because I never thought America would be dumb enough to vote for this idiot again after the fucking insurrection and him lying about 2020. But like, think about this, guys. He lied about 2020 and participated in the insurrection, and somehow they were able to convince enough people to vote for him, and now he's like got the ballots in fucking Virginia. So as far as I know, people, all bets are off the table on what people can be fucking clowned into, because there's no reason this guy should even be in office right now. He should have been like dismissed. he should have gotten like no fucking votes, 20 million votes, bro. So, you know, unfortunately, we exist in a world where, you know, they may convince people that Trump did nothing and is in fact, you know, an FBI informant. And in fact, you know, everybody but Trump needs to fucking go to prison. Read the replies to his post. There goes another Democrat narrative. Then here's one about, you know, about like Tiffany Doe. Okay. What did the Dems find a way to get that guy? The same Trump. I mean, it is alternate. Files were a hoax, right? Then Biden rescinded Trump's executive order. So, I mean, they alternate, you know, I mean, but dude, the thing about this though is the replies. I don't know if the replies are necessarily the whole story, because I feel like a lot of this shit is bot driven. Like probably half of these replies are bots in one way or another, right? I guess what I'm concerned more about are the people, you know, like obviously what's happening now with 2016 is Trump and them are trying to convince the public that he's the whistleblower and Bill Clinton and the Clintons and the Democrats are the ones that are the Epstein people. He is trying to build a narrative like he's desperate too, because they're getting their clocks cleaned in the election, right? Dude, curious if these bots enjoyed the TPUSA alternate show. I mean, I'm with you, right? But so there's like multiple narratives being built here, okay? You know? Dude, Trump is a fool for all to make you see the light. Dude, I mean, you know, dude, dude, what are we doing? There's fucking 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. Dude, who's that? Who's buying fucking sulfuric acid, bro? Oh, shit. Dude, it is like, I feel like they're Pizzagating this, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, Epstein bought 330 pounds of sulfuric acid. Dude, this shit is crazy. Like, the audience not dumb, I hope. I hope so too. Now, I will say this, okay? You ready? I will say that so far, electorally, we don't really have a lot to worry about, okay? You know what I'm saying? Electorally, we don't have a lot to worry about, right? Because so far, dude, Jesus will protect you. Dude, what is your deal there, boss? With the Jesus guy? Hold on. I need to look at your messages real quick. We may have a fucking talk to Jesus, the real man. You're just sitting here. I'm sorry, boss. You have a little too much Jesus energy, so I'm sending you back to the ark, homie. All right? No offense, but smell ya. I appreciate you, but I really am not gonna. It's time to go to the ark, okay? I open up your shit and there's like 72 messages about Jesus. Dude, sorry. This is where we get off, buddy. It does. Dude, I have a Jesus meter, bro. You mentioned Jesus more than twice in my chat, and you have filled the meter, and it's time for you to pay the piper. Dude, you say Jesus 3 times, and I fucking wiggle my nose like Bewitched, and you go away. Dude, Jesus had an ark? Dude, don't dismiss the Jesus guy. Dude, no, I'm dismissing the Jesus guy. Dude, yeah. Yeah, to me, if you talk about Jesus every fucking sentence, you are being toxic. I'm serious. I'm sorry, dude. People that sit there and put Jesus in every fucking sentence. I mean, Jesus Christ, if you're like, fuck, Jesus fucking Christ, that I will allow. But if you're like, Jesus loves you, if you say Jesus loves you to me, I normally just eliminate, like remove you from the chat, because that's like, to me, that's toxic. Okay. Right? It is. It's like, there's a lot of presumptions in that phrase. You're like, first, you're operating under the presumption that Jesus actually exists and that the whole biblical thing is not phony, which is like, you know, if you want to even bring up that assumption, you better bring a body of fucking evidence. That's for starters, right? The other thing is that other thing that like the same people that talk about Jesus are also like mostly Trumpies too. But yeah, dude, like, I don't want my soul saved. You know what I'm saying? Save your own fucking soul. Dude, let's go. Dude, I don't like the religious thing. You know what I'm saying? Right? And it gives me an excuse to get people out of chat too, right? Jesus-y people. Dude, let's go. Dude, it's part of my mission. All right? Dude, leftists like Jesus. Yeah, but so the thing about this though, Ginger, is leftists don't say Jesus loves you. I have never heard a Democratic Jesus person ever, okay? I know Democrats who believe in God. I have never once seen a Democratic Jesus person walk up to somebody and say, you know, Jesus loves you. They don't do that. They do not do that. You will be hard pressed to find a Democratic person who has a relationship with Jesus even talking about Jesus. They normally don't even bring it up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if they're in a fight with a Republican, they may be like, dude, I'm a Christian too. Like, leave that shit out of it. But they never use their religion as like a, hey, I believe in Jesus, so therefore you need to, like, you know what I mean? They don't do it. Leftists don't do it. They do not. That is a right-wing tactic. Is my relationship with Jesus makes me superior to you morally, so therefore I'm praying for you, and Jesus loves you, and you know, dude, that's right-wing. That is, okay? When somebody says Jesus loves you, they're manipulating you, okay? They are. That is manipulation, baby. Dude, TPUSA are the worst, bro. Dude, TPUSA are the worst, dude. They are. Like, TPUSA are, like, I don't even think they're, at this point, like Jesus is just a power tool to them. You know? You know what I'm saying? It is like an exemption. Dude, TPUSA is crazy, right? I mean, dude, this shit is nuts. Look at this. Look at this from Benny. You ready? Look at this shit. He says, NFL Network inside source reveals advertisers are panicking after TPUSA's Super Bowl halftime show broke the record for the #2 live streaming YouTube in history. 𝗙cie_𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀, we are going to see a staggering number of views on this. YouTube alone is at 6 million views. We may see 40 or 50 million. The entertainment industry and advertisers are very worried. Cliff Maloney has a source inside NFL Network that says they're freaking out over the size of the audience. But like, why are they freaking out over the size of the audience? The only audience they're concerned about is 130 million people, right? 130 million people watched Bad Bunny. 135. So like, why are they concerned about a YouTube video? Like, Mr. Beast gets YouTube, like, huge YouTube videos. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Beast gets huge, like, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Beast, they're like, oh my God, Mr. Beast got 100 million views on a YouTube video, so therefore we can't advertise anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are they even talking about? They're like, oh, you know, like, oh, advertisers are worried. Why are they worried? The advertisers got access to 135 million people. So congratulate Tommy for reaching 80K by sending $1 or more. If you can, love you, Tommy. Dude, I like that guy. I like that idea. Everybody send $1. Right? Let's go. That would be amazing. Dude, I love it. Dude. Yeah, well, that's the thing. What Annie says right there is I guarantee you, okay, if we go, you ready? Let's go to YouTube. Let's go to TP USA. Toilet Paper USA. Let's go click on their thing. Let's go look at their video. All right, where is it? The All American Show. All right, look at that. It's got 20 million views, okay? I guarantee you that 15 million of this 20 million are people shitting on this thing. People that are watching this and are like, holy fucking shit, this is bad. And they probably have watched like 1 minute of it, okay? Right? You know what I mean? Like, dude, I mean, look at the rest of their videos, bro. Right? Like, what did they have? Right? The rest of their videos are like tiny. They piggyback something. They use the Super Bowl to get a little fucking notoriety. Right? I mean, obviously, right? You know, Jet, let's go. Dude, but like, so that's their hugest video. Okay, great. You got 20 million views on that. But like, dude, what does that even mean? Okay, great. You got 20 million views. Cool. That means nothing. You know? You know what I'm saying? Right? You're not here to bash religion, just the extremists that use it for evil. That's good, Suki. I'm here to bash religion. Okay? And I get it. If you're religious and you have a problem with that, I totally get that. But I am on a mission to unplug all religion from the world, right? I don't know if I technically am ever going to be able to accomplish that goal, but I am here to actively thwart religion and its exacerbation in our society. That is a mission for me to actually undermine religion. Okay, that is an absolute life goal. And I, you know, if that bothers you, I get it. But like, we need to be very clear that I'm not sidestepping around religion. I am actively undermining that shit every step of the way. Okay, 150%. That is like life mission number one, is to infiltrate and undermine religion in every possible way. And yes, we watched the XQC video, right? Dude, right? So, you know what I'm saying? That is my mission. I have an express mission. And you ready for this? It's my mission from God is to undermine religion. How about that? How's that sound? I am on a mission from God to undermine religion, right? Good luck with that. It is a losing mission. See, I don't think it is, actually. I don't think it is a losing mission because it's one of those things where like a mission doesn't need to be completable for you to be participating in it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like you can't plan your missions, right? Like it's like somebody who's trying to get Medicare for all. You know, you could say, well, good luck with that. You're never going to complete that. So therefore, oh, okay, so we're just not going to fight for Medicare for all, right? You know what I mean? Like your mission, if I can unplug one soul from the church, that's a huge success, right? If I can unplug 10, that's a massive success. If I can help 100 people who are trying to pull the veil like away and escape, right? That's huge. You know how many lives will be changed by 100 people getting out of the crazy church? You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, that's big, boss. You know? Now, you know, I mean, I think it's a worthy goal. You cannot rid humanity of religion. But I didn't say I'm trying to rid humanity of religion. I said I'm actively undermining religion, right? Undermining, right? Do you like, you know, I mean, we have flat earthers, but they're not fucking running the country, okay? You know, and why? Because we undermine flat earthers. We don't allow them to have power and to control the narrative. So it's not about ridding. I mean, I think there's always going to be a little bit of religion, but maybe not. There wasn't religion before, you know, right? There, you know what I mean? There wasn't, like, Christianity didn't exist 5,000 years before. And so who knows? Maybe 5,000 years from now, it won't exist anymore. I think the happiest countries have low religiosity levels. Yes, they do, 𝗙cie. I will say this, though. You ready? I will say that the more people that undermine religion, the better chance we have of it losing its power. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't go lower than $2. Let's go, Shane. Let's go. We love you, boss. Dude, AI is definitely going to help. Okay? Dude, AI is definitely going to help. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, AI is definitely going to undermine it more than I could ever do, right? But churches in Nordic countries are used for concerts more than anything else. See, I think, here's what I think, guys, okay? You know what I'm saying? I think fucking the thing about this, when you say, Paula, this is odd to me, are you distinguishing religion from faith? So let me define what I mean by religion. So what I mean by religion is I mean anything that takes faith and places a singular deity at the top of the faith pyramid, and that says that there's only one way to gain entrance to heaven or whatever, the afterlife, and that is through the deity at the top of their pyramid, okay? I have no problem with people with faith, with prayer, with meditation, with fucking putting energy out into the universe. What I have a problem with is I have a problem with assigning a one deity whom you must go through that singular deity in order to achieve some type of salvation. Because at that point, you're not even talking about faith. You're now talking about power, okay? And that's really, Christianity is not a religion. I mean, it is. They sell it as a religion, but it's really a power, okay? Christianity is international political power, okay? Islam is international political power. Judaism is international political power, okay? You look at something like Shinto in Japan, and it's not international power, okay? Shinto is more some type of faith that people are practicing. But the Abrahamic ones are political power, okay? There's wars in the Middle East that are being fought because people are entrenched around Abrahamic religions. It's very toxic. You know what I'm saying? It's very toxic. Imagine what our world would look like if Judaism, Christianity, and Islam were not fighting a constant like war in the Middle East, right? Imagine if America wasn't looking at Israel as like this pseudo-Christian ally to help them thwart the enemy Muslim factions, and right, or if Israel wasn't using their Christian like sort of people that they're a little more tolerant of because they share the same Old Testament book, and so they're using them to thwart the enemy, right? Like, imagine if we weren't doing all that. You can't tell me the world wouldn't be better off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just think about what America would be like if 2/3 of our government wasn't trying to trigger the rapture, okay? And the Abrahamic religions were like, they are about political power and money and land, really. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, when you think about it, I think, you know, forgetting about that I can't necessarily, you know what I'm saying? It would be better off, but that's a money and power thing and not religion. But that's just it, guys. Religion is a power thing, okay? Period. Okay? If you have a faith in something and you quietly like participate in your faith, that's one thing, guys. But when you go to a church with 100 other people in that church, that's a power thing. You are now going there because you have the power of that 100 people, okay? You are wearing the cross because you have the power of everywhere you go, people assuming you're a good person because you have a cross hanging around your neck, okay? That it is a power thing, okay? It is. When somebody says, Jesus loves you, I'm praying for you, they have power. They're like, wow, you are going to burn in hell and I'm going to go save you because I have like the power to like, I can pray you into like my Jesus kingdom. I mean, this is some fucking power. This is power, guys. Okay. It is like I am acting on the behalf of the creator of the universe. It's like I am good buddies with the entity that created you, and you're telling me you don't believe in him, but I know he made you, so I'm going to go over there and I'm going to pray and I'm going to magically save you from damnation. It is power. And if you see it as anything but, you are like, you're kidding yourself, okay? It is like people get involved in religion for divine power, okay? That's what it is. It is divine power. Right? It is. That's why they get into it. It's like human beings feel powerless. Capitalism, this world we live in, is like rough and tumble. It's overwhelming. It's real easy to feel like a speck in an infinite sea of chaos. And then having the power of the creator of it all being on your side and behind you, and you're like now working for the boss. You are buddies with the guy who made this whole chaotic thing. It is an instant fucking power source, okay? And the funny thing is, you know, even when you say, like Bingewood says that and they want to live forever, they want to go to heaven, but here's the deal. If they really believed in heaven, you ready? Listen to this. If you really believed in heaven and heaven is like the end all be all, the greatest thing ever, like it is eternal happiness, why would you be upset about dying? You would be, I'm ready to die tomorrow, right? Like who the fuck would want to stay on this earth with all of the pain and the chaos and the sadness and the sorrow and all that gnarly shit if like dying tomorrow means you are in eternal like bliss? Like, come on, bro. People would be lining up to be like, Jesus, take me now, bro. You know? But they cling to like, I want to live as long as possible. But I know there's like eternal Valhalla waiting for me. And it's like, no, they don't know. They know on some level it's not waiting for them, which is why they're clinging to life here on earth. And they don't want to die. It's the last thing they want to do because they know it doesn't fucking exist. But it affords them a lot of power here. So I'm telling you, dude, they're conning us. Okay. They're conning themselves. All right. They are. Dude, let's go. Right? And Ginger, I'm just telling you how it is. If you don't like me, that's fine. But I will not disparage the hypocrisy. I will disparage, you know, the institution. I'm not going to disparage the people that fucking, you know, choose that. Okay, because, right? But I am going to disparage the institution and I'm going to spend my life, you know, actively undermining it. And I feel good about that. I feel very good about that. I feel like that is like offering great things in the world, liberating people from their brainwashed oppressors. It's a good mission to have. Okay, because we know. Okay, we know by their behavior that they are not self-assured that heaven is waiting for them. Okay, we know it. Their behavior shows us that on some level they don't really believe what they say they believe, right? You know, but you know what I mean, right? It's obvious, you know. Oh, dude, let's go. People have been around for thousands of years. Yeah, but so let me just tell you, Ginger, dinosaurs were around for millions of years. And there aren't any dinosaurs right now, are there? Right? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. I think things are possible. Dinosaurs ruled the world for millions of years or whatever, for eons. But when's the last time you saw a dinosaur? So, like, I don't think things are necessarily forever. Okay? Right? You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. If the dinosaurs can die out, certainly some Abrahamic religions can die out. Okay? I believe. Dude, let's go. Thousands of years? Yeah, I know. Well, dude, Christianity and those Abrahamic religions are literally like 2,000 years old, guys. They're not that old. I mean, in the grand scheme of time, they've been around a tiny blip. Most of the world of human beings' existence was without these religions. So for you to think they're going to be here forever, I'm telling you, they won't. Right? The 𝗙𝗫 meme, let's go. You animated it? Oh, shit. Dude, let's see it. The 𝗙𝗫 meme? Yeah. I'm telling you, dude, I can beat the Abrahamic religions. I got this, boss. My old man, he's got the ultimate set of tools. Dude. Let's go. I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Dude, that's funny. Oh, I love it. Let's go. You enjoy listening to the destruction of toxic religion? Oh, let's go. Yeah. I mean, guys, you know, you ready for this? Hold on. Here's my example for you. All right, you ready? So Ginger, I'm going to say this, and you may not like the comparison. You may find this comparison offensive, but for thousands of years, like, people enslaved human beings, and they enslaved human beings to work land that they didn't have enough manpower to work. They enslaved human beings to build pyramids and bridges and whatever, cities, castles. They enslaved human beings. And it was just the way it was always done. It was a social order that was firmly accepted in society. And nobody could envision a world where you would not have enslavement. And, like, you know, we move beyond that a little bit. You know, I mean, capitalism still has an enslavement sort of element to it, right? There's still an ownership class and a worker class, but there was certainly a time in America where they never thought there was going to be a country without a slave labor workforce. And now we fucking don't have one, right? And you know what Saint said, though, they are kind of trying to roll it back, okay? And, like, right, they are, like, trying to bring back the whole work camp concept. But what I guess what I'm saying is nothing necessarily lasts forever. Okay. I think, like, you know, and I do think, though, beating something, you have to like believe it's possible. And yeah, what Marcia said right there, I think, is very important. Is that, like, the Bible condones slavery, and like, you have to look at that too. Like, did they create the Bible to condone the way they were living 1,000 years ago? The way women were treated, the way, you know, the enslaved were treated, right? Which part of the world had the political power, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's funny because the Bible never talks about anything but the Levant, right? If you look at the Abrahamic religions, the Abrahamic religions, nowhere in the Bible does it talk about like Canada or South America or the Aztecs or the Incas, right? It only talks about that one area where everyone was fighting for political power. And there originally it was just the Jewish religion, and then all of a sudden there was a group of Christians that were like, no, we're fighting for the power. A couple hundred years later, the Muslims showed up and were like, no, you two got it wrong. Like, let us tell you how this really is. And they were all still, it was confined to fighting over one area of land that had like a whole, right? I mean, think about that. Like, if Christianity, like, right? And then what ended up happening is some guys got on boats and so it spread from that Levant area to like, the fucking Constantine and the Roman Empire started bringing religion to their conquering of Europe. And then when they got to the edge of Europe in Spain, they started building ships. And they're like, okay, now we're going to take this thing that we just conquered Europe with, our divine power. We're going to go across this water, and any group of people we find, we're going to force them to believe this shit, or we're going to kill them all. And then we're going to go conquer those new worlds with this shit that we just conquered Europe with, and so on and so forth. Right? Before that, there were religions in China. Right? Although Buddhism, though, isn't actually a religion. Just so you know, I know Buddhism gets called a religion, but there's no deity in Buddhism, right? Buddhism is a philosophy about harmony with the earth and the animals and the humans and like harmony with the energy of the planet, right? You know what I'm saying? And, right? And like, So Buddhism is a little different, it is. It's a little different. It's a little like a little different. But I'm talking about the Abrahamic religions, okay? And I am talking about how the Abrahamic religions were generated by groups of people that were fighting over the Levant. And so they each created their like holy books and their holy like ideals stemming off the one basic idea that there's a monotheistic God, and then they attached either a son or a prophet or some type of human expression of that monotheistic God in order to like verify that it existed, right? Like the Christians, Jesus proved that there was God because he was killed, died for him, and he arose from the dead, and he raised Lazarus, and he turned the fishes, he turned the fucking loaves and the fishes and all that, right? So there really is a God because Jesus, right? And you know what I mean? Were my parents culty religious? No, my parents were church every Sunday, and they were believers, but they weren't culty religious, okay? They were just like everybody's religious and everybody goes to church, so we will too, because that's what you do. They were like trained religious. Then, I have family members that went culty, right? Chill Tommy, we're close to using Arabic numbers. Oh my God, Game Shark. I don't want the Arabic numbers to happen. I'm scared that we're gonna... Right. But, yeah. Right. So you say divine, you define religion that has an afterlife. Anything that has an afterlife is religion. Right. Right. Dude. I'm just saying, guys, like, just so you know, I am here to undermine the Abrahamic religions. And if you have a problem with that, like, I get it. I totally understand, but I do want to be clear. I don't want to mince any words. I don't want anyone to be under some fucking, like, you know, I don't want anyone to be under like some weird belief in me that I am somehow going to like live my life allowing the Abrahamic religions to fester and gain power. I will not. I'm going to actively undermine them and work on like trying to eradicate their power wherever I can, because their power is destroying this fucking world. And it's so obvious. Look at America. Look at what's going on in the name of religion right now. Look at Turning Point USA. They're lying every day. Look at Donald Trump and ICE. They're using religion to back this shit up. They're like trying to eradicate transgender people and try to make gay people illegal wherever they can. And they're all using religion. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, is like there's religion behind the Gaza shit. There is religion behind like all kinds of wars going on in the Middle East and skirmishes. And there are sects of the same religion warring with each other over power inside the religion. And so for me, I want to like try to undermine some of that shit. Okay. And I'm like very confident and comfortable in that role. Right. I wish there were more people doing this, you know, because the thing is like, you know, it is the thing about this, guys, is there's this misconception that you need to have religion in order to be moral. And that is incorrect. And in fact, guys, I'm telling you, religion makes people less moral. Okay. When people know that all they have to do is fucking pray for absolution and pray for forgiveness, and that forgiveness is going to be granted, you are less moral, period. Okay? You are less moral. Or if you're not, you're living in fear. You're only moral out of fear of punishment and eternal damnation. You're not being moral out of genuine compassion. So the whole thing is like there is no good state of being religious that is really compassionate. You're either fearing punishment or you're knowing that like if you fuck up, you get out of it and you get to be reborn again. Okay? It is actually like if you operate inside that fucking fallacy, you become like a person, you end up having too much power in a way like police carrying guns do. You know, it's just like a gun of morality instead of a gun of like shooting, you know? And like, because at the end of the day, right? If you know, if you being forgiven does not require a, you know, actual making of amends, then you are in a state of like, you know, where you're not living in a moral way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's hard because if you take it away, peeps will still hate irrationally. I mean, I don't know that that's true, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude. Yeah, I mean, it's funny what Phoenix says. Most of the followers of Abrahamic religions, they do believe in, you know, might makes right, right? Yeah. Let's go. Dude, yeah, I like what Marcia says right there. I think maybe the answer is getting them out of government, right? Is getting religion out of government, which is like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what that would look like, but it could look like, you know, that like, you know, you're not allowed to talk about God when you're talking about government business. Okay. You're not, you know, no more fucking, you know, like you invoking the name of God on the floor of the Senate or the House. No more invoking the name of God in any of your bills. stripping the word God out of our Constitution and all government things, making the churches pay taxes, okay? Not allowing any religious group to donate money to politicians, okay? Not allowing religious groups to lobby politicians. Take it off the money. Get it off the money, dude. Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, like, dude, I think there are a lot of things we could do, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like look at Turning Point USA. No religious affiliated group is allowed to fucking interact in any fucking public school. Okay? If you are a religious affiliated group, you cannot exist. No religious affiliated clubs allowed in public schools. You can believe in any religion, you go to your school, but no religious affiliated groups in schools. No TPUSA, no, you know what I mean? Dude, I know. Isn't it crazy that it says in God we trust on money? Like, bro, what is that? How psychotic is that? Our money talks about God on the money, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? How crazy is that? Right? That it talks about God on the money. That is nuts, dude. And guys, you know my obsession with Paula White, okay? Right? You know how I got a little like speaking in tongues crush, psychotic crush on Paula White because I love the way she yells and she hoots and hollers. So she's a prosperity fucking theocratic, right? Right? The prosperity theology, you know what I'm saying? Like she is one of those prosperity fucking theology people. So when she started a church and they pulled in 150 million and that church closed down and that 150 million just disappeared somewhere, she believed that that money was like God gave her that money. And God like was like blessing her. Like you have that money because you're doing it right, Paula. Okay? Like, and that's what the Heritage Foundation thinks. Okay? The Heritage Foundation thinks we have billions. That means we're doing the right thing. Yes, it is Calvinism. But you know what I'm saying? And like, dude, that's America was founded by those people. Okay? And they're still the ones in power, right? Dude, that's why the money says in God we trust, because they believe that if you have a bunch of money, that means you're of God. Okay? That's where we're at, guys. That's why capitalism is so out of control. Dance party? All right. Yeah, no, let's do a dance party. I'm sorry. You know, there's not a lot of, there's not a lot of, you know, I know today we're just meandering and we'll get to the politics now. But like, you know, anytime I don't have a planned thing, there we go. Let's go. Dance party. Let's go. Dude, I mean, we're confronted with this. Okay? We are confronted with this. You know, Church of the Latter-day Saints. Dude, LDS. All right. Let's go, baby. Dude, this shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, these guys are fucking Turning Point USA. All right. All I can say is this, though, guys. Look at their other videos. Their other videos are not getting any fucking play, really. Right? They had Charlie's memorial got some play. But for the most part, look at these videos. Other than Charlie's death and now the once of the year of their little fucking Super Bowl show, these guys don't have shit for Power Goes. Okay? Did we miss a couple super chats? Do your best Paul impression. Hey! Dude, LFG, Ella! Let's go! All right, let's go. Let's get those super chats. What did I miss? I missed Let me go back here. All right, we got, oh shit. Okay, I missed a lot. We got Wrench Rabbit, who said, what is that intro song? Been stuck in my head and love it. So Wrench Rabbit, I don't know what intro song you're talking about because there were a couple, but if you tell me some of the lyrics, I will tell you, but that is my music. Dude, Rot says, I can feel the spirit now. 𝗏𝗏 𝗙𝗪𝗾. All right, is that some tongues? Do you speak tongues? Did I just speak in tongues? Dude, archive, we got archive, we got archives. We got, it looks like I missed. Laura Zeidler said, I thought Noam Chomsky was good. Laura Zeidler, yeah, no, dude, Noam Chomsky, good politics, bad sexual proclivities, right? And that sucks, doesn't it? Okay. We got 𝗙cie said women in Texas lost bodily autonomy thanks to religion. Yes, indeed. Dude, we got Game Sharks. I did my Paula White. So yeah, I think I'm caught up now. Thank you. All right. Then we got Quarg saying, hey! Hey! Dude, let's go. Dude, should we watch a little Paula? Dude, how much to plug my anti-fascist merch? Like, let's go. Hey! Right? I'm not really a merch plugger, right? I feel like that would be like taking, advertising money or whatever. I'm not really, I don't really have an interest in being paid to plug somebody's merch. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I'm going to plug merch, I'm going to plug my own merch, right? But this is not the Home Shopping Network. So I would say like, no merch, right? Dude, I sound like her. I know I do. Dude, she does sound like her. So can you send me stuff? Yes, you're going to be able to. We are getting a P.O. box. So pretty soon you're going to be able to send me stuff. There is going to be a P.O. box incoming. But right? But we do though, we have a self-promo channel in the Discord. So you can go in the self-promo channel and you can advertise your stuff in there. And if people want it, they know to go in there and look at it if they want to buy shit from people in the community. So you're welcome to do that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not here to advertise, really for anybody, except, maybe the undermining of the Abrahamic religions. See what I did there? Oh shit. Yeah, I'll be honest though, guys. I didn't really, dude, all good. Let's go, guy. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, I will say this, full circle, always. Dude, anytime I can complete the circle, I do it. But here's what I do want to say is, guys, I used to not be like, I was not always a religion underminer, okay? I wasn't. I was raised in the church, and then I had an atheist best friend in high school, and it was his confidence in the non-existence of the church that intrigued me, because the people of the church, like, they don't have a confidence. They don't. If they had a confidence, they wouldn't be selling it all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like the band shit. I've told this story 1,000 times, but like, dude, you have the guys that were in the good bands that were confident of their band. They would have some flyers on them, but they would be like, somebody, you talk about your band. Oh yeah, give them a flyer. Okay, here's a flyer for my band, whatever, right? The guys that weren't confident about their band walk into a party and are like, you hear about my band? My band's playing. You got to come see my band. Come see my band, man. Like, tell it, it'll change your life. Okay? That's not confidence. Confidence is like, yeah, all right, I have a band, whatever, we're playing. Google it. You'll find us. You know what I mean? I mean, confidence is like, you don't have to like insert it into every fucking, oh my God, shit, fuck, hell, right? It's true. Confident people just, they don't have to be pushy with it. They don't have to like, you know, they're not concerned about it. Like, that's my thing, guys. You ready? I mean, even if you look at the state of our current government, if these Christians were confident that they're operating of God, like TPUSA, you ready? Let's look at them. If these guys were confident that they have a relationship with God, they're all going to heaven, they're fucking doing great shit, they're living life right, they have millions of dollars, everything's great, why do they need to control the government? Why? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why do they even want that power? Like, wouldn't they just simply, like, you know what, world? You do your thing, and you go ahead and go to hell, but, like, we're going to heaven. We're going to be over here at the TPUSA room just hanging out, sipping tea, because we're all going to heaven. But they don't want to just go to heaven. They want to control the goddamn government. They want to control the schools. They want every kid to become a Turning Point Christian and somebody that shows up at their rally and gives them money. And like, dude, there is no God in this fucking organization. This is 100% about power and control. And like, you know, they're even writing about how like we win the culture. The fuck does that mean? We win the culture. Like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm straight. Okay? I love being straight. I love having sex with women. I don't care if you have sex with women or you have sex with men or you don't have sex at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about any of that shit, right? Drop the link in Discord. Thank you. You're welcome. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about any of that. Like, I don't care what you do. I do what I do, right? If all of a sudden I need you to behave like me in order to be me, something is wrong, okay? You know what I mean? That's just weird, boss, right? The obsession, I know they're obsessed with sex and they're obsessed with things that imply sex. But I mean, guys, isn't it weird? Like, tell me this. You ready? Explain this to me. How is it that these guys have spent they have spent all week talking about Bad Bunny, saying Bad Bunny, he's too sexual, he's too, like, he's damaging the kids, he's sending a bad message, he's like, he's evil, he's demonic. But like, dude, they were sitting on stage with Nicki Minaj, and she's like their new queen. The twerker, the dildo wearing Nicki Minaj, like, you know what I mean? Like, stupid hoe song, Nicki Minaj. And they're like, wait a second. So why, right? So, okay. So you can WAP and do whatever you want as long as you say MAGA's cool and like, love you, Jesus is cool, MAGA's cool, give them the power. And now I can get freaky. But if I disagree with you and I get freaky, I'm a demon. Like, right? Dude, come on. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Right? Dude, yes. Oh my God. What Rot just said. You could switch Bad Bunny with Elvis. Yes, Elvis, guys. You remember that? I don't know if you remember that, but Elvis went on TV and he shook his hips playing like Hound Dog, and they literally were like, never let Elvis near the kids. Don't listen to his music. You're going to go to hell if you listen to Elvis's music. They did the same shit with the Beatles. Okay, they did it with Ozzy Osbourne, right? They said Ozzy Osbourne was putting backwards messages in his records to convert kids to Satan. Like, I'm telling you, these religious people have been making up the weirdest shit in order to try and gain political power, try to force everybody to be in their religion since the goddamn dawn of time. Dude, they are insane, and they are all full of schmidt, bro. They are literally just trying to control. They want the power. They want to be able to dictate how we live our lives. They want control over us. And if you don't, they try to destroy you, right? Oh my God, the NFL put Bad Bunny. They spoke Spanish and he talked about sex on the program. Now we're going to try to destroy the NFL. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, right? I mean, dude, that shit is crazy. They say all American, they're all American, they're new. They wouldn't even, their new fucking celebrity is an undocumented immigrant from Trinidad, Tobago, who also likes to get freaky like Bad Bunny. But she said MAGA's cool, and they're like, we love Nikki. Nikki is now a child of Jesus. Because she's given us the power. She said, give us the power. So now she's in the club, right? Nothing LOLer than watching me speak in tongues. This is true, guys, right? My tongue speak is chaotic. Thank you, guy. Dude, let's go. Dude, oh shit. Yeah, the all-American pedos. All right, but we're not going to harp on TPUSA the whole time. But again, though, guys, let me just tell you right now, okay? Let me just tell you with this whole NFL TPUSA thing, TPUSA is like, they're not really concerned about bringing down the NFL, okay? Right? What they really want is they want to appear to have enough clout that if they can threaten the NFL or make people think the NFL is threatened by them, that then they can go and they can start bullying schools and the schools will relent, okay? This is the same shit that Donald Trump does. It's like, I'm going to use the government against you, right? I'm going to use the Insurrection Act. So you got to let me like send in my guys and you got to let me just take over your city. If you don't, I might use the Insurrection Act, right? Oh, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to fucking hold your money. I'm going to fucking, make sure your schools don't get any money. Okay? They are like, it's getting serious now. And TPUSA, they want the schools. They want to be in middle schools. They want to have TPUSA adults that are like, converting youth in the middle schools into their army so they can be future Republican voters. They want to convince them that Jesus is the way, and if you vote for Democrats, you're going to hell. So we need to get you in the Republican train. So as soon as you graduate, you go out and dutifully vote for the Heritage Foundation Republicans. And so you don't go to hell. And we're saving you. You can thank us later with a generous donation, right? That's what they want. They realized after what Charlie Kirk did was he got some of the young people to turn, and they were able to get a lying sex predator elected to the presidency. So they're like, holy shit, if we can convert 30% of the young people to MAGA Republicans, like we are going to win a bunch of elections and we're going to have a whole bunch more power, right? This is their new strategy, guys. They are on, yes, they're after the kids. And it's funny too, because what they did was they spent years, like a decade, trying to convince you that other people were after the kids, whether it was gay people or trans people or what have you, Democrats, oh, they're after the kids. And now they're like, well, they went after the kids so much that now we got to go save the kids. Dude, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Dude, it is like we're in the middle of, I hate to say this, but I feel like we're a little bit in the middle of a soft, holy war in America where like Christians are trying to entrench themselves into public structures, okay? Like Christianity was out of public schools, okay? It was, but they're trying to get it back in, That's really what they're after. They want the public schools to be Christian schools. And it's not like a war, but dude, it is like, it's crazy. Dude. Been stuck at 10 for a while? Yeah. Well, we haven't really had a dono for a while. All right, we got 13 minutes. Dude, we need 20 and 13. And then we go politics. Let's get the dance party. And then we're gonna do the politics, boss. All right. It's good to be back on Twitter, shitting on people. Right? Dude, it's good to be back. I love it. I love it. This is one of my favorite tweets here about the American idiot. Like how this is the American idiot. You may be crazy, but you ain't no fool. Let's go. You thought the blue super chats count for the goal? They are. The light blue, yeah, they do. Light blue and more, right? Those all count. Back in the Twitter shitter. Let's go. You think it's broken? I don't know about that. I mean, we haven't had a dono in a while, so, right? You kicked us to 10, right? We go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? And so, yeah, no, we're good. I'm looking back. I mean, we started it late, right? There we go. Yeah, see, there were 2 more, and now we're at 12. Let's go, Ella! Let's go, dude. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Yeah, it's working. It's working. We're just slacking. Dude, let's go. $1.99. Yeah, so the $1.99s are $2, Bradshaw. The $1.99 ones are ones that I believe people have bought with mobile, right? I think the mobile, sometimes the mobile, the 99 signifies that they've bought it from mobile, right? That's what I understand. That if you buy mobile, it will give you a 99 something or other, right? Where's the penny going? It's not about the penny in as much as I think there's I don't know. I don't know what it is, right? I don't know what it is. Dude, Uncle F, let's go, right? Because what happens when you buy them on mobile, like YouTube takes a cut and the mobile platform takes a cut. So the mobile, I don't know if they cost a little bit more. And then because they're dividing it into 3, it leaves they make it $1.99 because that's dividable or something because of the 9s or whatever. I don't know what it is, but there is when you buy on mobile, mobile's normally you get, if you buy something, YouTube takes 30 and the creator gets 70. If you buy on mobile, YouTube takes 30, Apple takes 30, the creator gets 40. Okay. So, right, they double dip. Right, because Apple was like the mob. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, effing. Let's go, Uncle F with the effing. Dude, it's crazy. Everybody's got a hand in the pie, dude. Dude, there's a reason why Apple has like $500 million in cash reserves, guys. Or like $1 billion in cash reserves. Because Apple is literally fleecing everybody. Think about this, dude. Uncle F, go! You ready? Check this out, guys. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Think about this. Think about all the apps in the Apple App Store, right? There's like 20,000 or whatever, 30,000 apps in the Apple App Store, right? Every single app in that store, every single person that purchased something from an app in that store, Apple keeps 30% of every single purchase from every single app, from every single thing you buy. Okay? Isn't that crazy? That's insane. Okay? You download an app, you buy something inside that app, and Apple keeps 30% of it with every app in the fucking store, right? That is wild, isn't it? I mean, they are literally raking, okay? They are raking. And now they've created a system where you can't exist in the world without their product. So like you are literally giving them 30% of everything you buy, okay? Like, it's wild. And same with Google, right? Google, Android, whatever, they're all taking a cut. Like it's not just Apple, it's every platform. And it is a big cut. So then often they upcharge you, like things are more expensive in the phone. All right, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, they are making bank, guys. And we are tethered, bro. Drop the iPhone, but the thing is you drop the iPhone, but any phone you get, they're taking a cut. So you can't have a phone without the store, whatever store you're connected in that gives you the apps, is the owner of that store is taking the cut. Now, the thing is, you could say, well, don't have a smartphone. Okay, but then you can't participate in society, right? If you don't have a smartphone, let's see how well you do in society. You're not. You're not going to exist in society. So you can either be in society and you give them your 30%, they take 30% of everything, or you don't be in society and you fucking don't ever buy anything except in a fucking store. Dude, Tiana, let's go. Good to see you always. Dude, Tiana, let's go. Oh, thank you, boss. Let's go. So, yeah. I mean, for me, I just pay the money, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm real simple, dude. Stop stupidity. Like for example, you ready? So let me tell you, this drives Jenny crazy. Okay, but so I will hold credit card balances. Okay, like during the time I was building the Political Punk channel, I got $21,000 from my mom, right? She had passed, they sold her house, and all 7 of us split that money. So I had $21,000, okay? So I put that $21,000 in the bank, and then I lived on an American Express card, paying only the minimum payment for 2 years, and then I paid my car payment out of the 21 grand. And so I'm paying interest every month. At one point, I had like 18,000 on my card. So I was paying, like $300 a month just in interest. Okay. And I was only paying a minimum of, $100 a month. So I was actually adding $200 a month on my card just for interest, right? It's light blue or higher. Okay. Now, the thing about that is a fundamental thing would say, well, pay off your balance so you're not paying $200 a month in interest. Like right now, I have a balance on my American Express card and I could pay it off with the cash I have in the bank, but I'm paying interest, right? And leaving it there and leaving my cash in the bank. Now, why do I do that? Okay, here's why I do it. I do it because having a lump sum of cash in the bank means I have cash on hand if I absolutely need it, right? I feel comfortable knowing I have a cash backdrop, right? And so I'm paying a little bit of interest every month, maybe $100, $200 a month, but the interest I'm paying, I am paying for peace of mind, okay? Which means this, I go to the store and everything I buy, I just swipe my American Express card. I don't look at the price. I don't worry about, right? I am paying essentially $100 to $200 a month to never worry about the cost of anything, okay? And like, so for me, that interest that I pay, it's like paying to have a lump sum of cash that makes me feel safe, and then it's paying for me to be able to use my card and not worry about prices. Okay. Now, of course, I have to be generating enough income, right? It got a little scary during the time when I didn't have an income, when I was building the channel. Now that the channel is successful, I'm safe and it's a lot easier. But it gets scary when you don't have any income coming in and you're just watching that balance go up and you're like, holy shit, I got to get the income rolling, right? But for me though, guys, hold on, let me get these. Dude, stop stupidity. We got 4 minutes left. Let's go, baby. And we need 5 more, dude. I did the same for my kiddos. Let's go, Uncle F. Dude, and stop this stupidity again. And they had better credit than me at 18 years old. Uncle F, yes, indeed. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, dang old Scoot. Dang old Scoot. Let's go, Uncle F. So anyway, though, so for me, guys, like that, like if I have $5 grand on my card, Okay. And my card will be paid off in like 2 months. But for me, like I don't mind paying $100 a month. Like when you think about it, right? Cable TV, if you have YouTube TV, it's like $74 a month. Okay. And then you have access to watch the sports or watch the news or whatever. Like for me, I pay $100 a month on average, $150 a month on average to never worry about prices. Okay. That's what it is for me. I go to the store, I order something online, I go buy a piece of furniture, whatever, but I just don't ever worry. There's nothing that I can't buy, and I pay $200 a month to be able to buy whatever I want and to be able to maintain a bank balance that makes me feel safe, right? So I consider it an investment, right? Like, for example, hold on, stop stupidity. Let's go, Shin Godzilla, let's go, right? I want to give you an example here. And not everybody lives by this, dude. Laura, let's go. Like, Jenny's more of a pay it off. Whoop, whoop, glad to be here. Let's go, Ella, thank you. And shake, let's go, Uncle F. Dude, we made the goal, dude, stop stupidity, let's go. Like, for example, some people might be like, you pay off the credit card, and then, well, you know, all right, I'm going to pay off the credit card, but now I don't have any cash. And now I'm kind of feeling a little uneasy. And now I got to like tighten my bootstraps, and I don't want to increase my bank balance. And right. And so there's a lot of anxiety or worry. And like, for me, I am more about like, I don't like anxiety. Okay. I don't like anxiety. So I chalk it up to paying $100 or $200 a month to just never worry about the finances. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not promoting. I'm just telling you how I do it, right? Like, you have to find a way that like works for you, right? You do. You have to find a way that works for you. But I will say this though, guys. You ready? So my philosophy is this. Shake. Let's go, dude. Shake that ass. So my philosophy is this, guys. I always use a credit card. Okay? I always use a credit card. And now what happens is, now that I'm making money, what I'll do is I will buy all my shit on a credit card. All my automatic payments are on the same card. And then I just pay it off every month. And there's no interest, right? I pay it off every month and there's no interest. But if I were to like lose my YouTube channel tomorrow, I would continue living the exact same I'm living now. And I would then use that credit but I would just leave it accrue the balance, and I would pay the interest for like a year or two while I went out and generated more money. Now, what I will say is this, and you do get rewards. I get free shit on Amazon. In order to live my way though, you have to be a money generator, right? Like I can't do this without the fact that those 2 years while I was living on credit and watching my bank balance go up, I'm out building a YouTube channel that is going to eventually offer me enough money to pay all that shit off. Okay. So you have to be, if you live like me, I have to be in some type of industry or some type of business where I can generate a lot of cash. Like, I couldn't live this way if I had a $15 an hour job, right? You know what I mean? That was my ceiling. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be like seeking money generation, right? You know what I'm saying? But I've never minded, like, some people don't like paying interest. Like, Jenny does not like paying interest. Okay. She feels like paying interest is a waste. Okay. So she never lives outside her capacity to pay the bill. And for me, I always have interest accruing, but I don't really care, because I don't look at like, right? Like, if you know what I'm saying? If my credit card balance is 5,000 or 7,000, it doesn't matter. What matters is that anytime I want to buy something, I can buy it. Like, I don't care what the balance is, and I don't care if it's getting high, as long as I'm like pursuing the money to pay it off and keep it stabilized. And like, I pay money for like, to be able to just have freedom, to not worry about money. Okay. And see, Jenny, she likes to like not pay any more money than necessary. And for me, I just don't really care how much I'm paying, because I don't look at it as like, oh, I gave, American Express $100 in interest. I look at it as like, American Express insures my purchases. They prevent people from taking advantage of me. If I lose my job tomorrow, they're going to give me credit continuously while I work to find more money. And then I'm paying them like $100 or $200 a month for them to do all that for me. So I think it's a good deal for me, because I don't really care about, like, it's not even money I see. They're not taking it out of my bank account. It's just mythical money that gets added to the balance, right? And not everybody sees finances that way. But I just look at money as though it's not real, and it is, right? I look at money as though it is not real, right? It is a thing that is, a necessary part of our environment, but it's not like it's not real. It's a figment. And no, this is not financial advice, but it is like, I will say this. I will say again, like you have to be confident in your ability to get your way out of it, right? Because you ready? You know what I'm saying? Is like if you're not confident in your ability to generate money, you're going to just endlessly stack up your debt and never get it paid off. Okay? Right? You're trying to see the logic in this. So the logic in this is this, Barnaby. I'm going to explain the logic for me. The logic for me is I feel safe when I have a chunk of money in the bank. Okay? If I have like $100 in the bank, I don't feel safe. Okay? If I have like 5,000 in the bank, I feel safe. I don't need a lot, but I do need a little bit of money, a couple $1,000s to feel safe. Okay? That's part one. I have to have a cash nest egg that both is paying like my car payment and things that I can't charge. And then I like to have a cash nest egg, which is like if I need cash, I have access to cash, right? So the cash money in the bank is for my own piece of like, oh, I just feel like I'm not stressed out, like I'm not struggling. Okay, that's number one, right? I want to have like 3, 4, 5,000 in the bank or more. Okay, that's for my own peace of mind. Then the credit card is like, I want to be able to like go grocery shopping. I want to be able to occasionally buy things. I want to get my massages, and I want to go on vacation, like when we go to the beach, or I go out to lunch with a friend or whatever. And in the process of doing that, I never want to like worry about if I'm going to have the money in the bank to cover it. I want to just be able to, I'm going out for tacos and I'm going to buy my friend tacos and I'm just going to swipe my card and I don't care. So I swipe my card everywhere I go. And then if I have the money to pay it off, I pay it off at the end of the month. If I don't have the money to pay it off, I pay off it depends. If I have an income and I don't have the money to pay it off, I pay a big chunk of money so I still have a bank balance, and so I'm knocking down the balance of that card, getting it near zero. But if I don't have a job, if I don't have any income, then I just pay the minimum payment and I pay interest while I'm out there generating my next amount of money, okay? That's how I live. And it's a peace of mind thing, because I don't like having to, like, I have the same lifestyle when I am employed and when I am unemployed. Maybe that makes sense to you. For 2 years, I had, for the last year, okay, this channel became profitable this summer. Finally, it became profitable in June. All right. It was like a little over a year when it became profitable. So for a year, I was making no income, and my credit card balance was increasing, and my bank balance was slowly decreasing because I was paying my car payment. But like my lifestyle during that year of no money, and my lifestyle now of having a decent amount of money is the exact same. I didn't like live differently when I had no income. I just paid interest. Okay. Right. That's what I did. I paid interest to not have to live differently when I had no income. But I only did it because I knew eventually the channel was going to pay off and I'd be able to pay it off. But that's the rub. You can only live like me if you are sure that you're going to come up with the funds down the road, right? You have to know that you're doing it. And this works for me, guys. I've always done it like this. I mean, I did when I was a drug addict, I did get out of control and I had to file bankruptcy once. But that was like, I wasn't doing it right when I was a drug addict because I was like, there was other shit going on that I was medicating with the money and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But now I have it like honed because I have, you know, I'm like generating. But I don't like to change, you know, and that's another thing though, guys. You ready? There's the kicker. Okay. There's another thing that you guys may be freaking out. I don't have a house payment. Okay. My house is paid off. So I don't have a house payment. So I have a freedom here. If I had a house payment, that changes everything. But like, I don't pay monthly for the roof over my head. I'm like, right? You see what I'm saying? You see how that changes the equation? When you hear that, you're like, oh, okay. Now it makes a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Right? Is because I don't have, like, nobody's extracting money out of me every month. There's no bank or no landlord, like, right? You know what I'm saying? So that is, right, that is helpful to me. Now, when somebody says, though, Red Wolf says, paying credit card interest is throwing money in the garbage. But, like, the thing is here's my take on this. You ready? So I don't think paying credit card interest is throwing money in the garbage. For me, paying credit card interest is a way of maintaining an uninterrupted lifestyle. So, like, because I value my lifestyle more than I value money, okay? Which means if you value money and you're trying to save money, then paying interest is like, whoa, no, that's taking away my money and I'm not getting anything from it. But for me, I value a consistent, maintained lifestyle where I get to spend what I want, when I want, without having to worry about how it's going to affect my finances. And the thing that gives me that ability is paying interest, right? Having interest go on my card when I don't have funds. And if I do have funds, I'm not paying interest, right? But so for me, it's like I'm only paying interest when I'm not generating money, right? Actually, no, it's about the lifestyle when you retire. But yeah, so BHE, I don't think I ever plan on retiring. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not working towards retirement. Like, you know, I mean, dude, now that I found streaming and shit, I could be like 100 and do this. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't worry about retirement. And I also own a house though. So I do have an asset that by the time I retire, this house will be worth a lot of money, you know what I mean? But like, for me, I like to live outside the worries about money and retirement. And so what happens is maybe when I'm 70 years old, I end up like, I don't know, maybe there's some complication that I'm living on a beach in fucking, you know, the Bahamas or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's going to catch up with me one day. But if it does, I'll figure it out, right? I'm scrappy, right? You know, right? I don't know. I don't worry about that. I don't even know. Who knows if I'm going to be alive to retire? Like, we don't know that. You know, I mean, think about this, right? You could spend all your money planning for your 65 retirement and then you die at 49. So now what? There you go. All right. Did you enjoy the years up to 49? While you were preparing for your 70-year-old retirement? I don't know. I'm less concerned about preparing for age 70 and more concerned about having a lifestyle that I'm fucking excited about right fucking now. Because I don't know, I have friends dying of cancer and shit. So there's no guarantee I'm even going to make it to retirement. Right? Right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, I guess I kind of live kind of the way the wealthy people do, right? They live off loans and I live off credit card loans. Right? You know, it's the marshmallow IQ test. But I will tell you though, guys, I will tell you, like, this is, I don't recommend you live this way. Okay? I don't recommend that you guys live this way. But I will say, though, that it works for me. And I don't know if Jenny's in chat. Like, Jenny takes a lot of issue with the way I live financially, and we have separate finances. Right? But this works for me, boss. You know, it does. But I don't ever plan on retiring, though. I don't plan on retiring. I mean, I will generate money, you know, whether I'm like, I don't know, like, you know, writing books or, you know, doing internet shit or later I run for office or whatever. I feel like I will generate money up until I'm in like hospice or something, you know what I'm saying? Like and though I will tell you this though, here's the kicker. The way I generate money is not a job. I generate money with the shit that I love to do. So it's like, that's a kicker about my thing too, is it wouldn't work if I had to go to work every day, right? It only works because the thing that is creating my money is the thing I would be doing for free anyway, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? Can I ask if you were to pay off your house with the gamer money? So the thing about the gamer money, what the gamer money did is when I started being a gamer, like we were in debt, like a lot, like almost $200,000 in debt. And yes, I did pay all that off with the gamer money, right? Very quickly too, in like less than a year. It was a fucking, or a little over a year. It was good. But you know what I mean? Please change the subject. No, dude, I like this subject. Does this stress you out? Right? Dude, I don't know. I don't get stressed about money, dude. I don't. And I'm a white male though, so I am very privileged, right? So opening dozens of cards to rack up rewards. Yeah, well, so the thing is though, guys, is there, like, when you're a white male, you get these balance transfer offers, and like, so you can move balances around in periods when you don't have money. But I think, you know what I think it is though? I think it's from being like a gig worker. Like, if you know people in the film industry, they're gig workers, and they do that too, where when the work is around, they work a whole bunch and they make a whole bunch of money and they sock it away and they fucking invest it in shit and they pay shit off. And then if they don't have work for 6 months, they just fucking live and they wait until the next work comes. And then they look for work for 6 months, you know? And like, but it's like, you know, you can't live my way if money worries feel crippling to you. Like the reason why my life philosophy works is because I know that there's money out there for me to find. And I know that if I keep creating my wares, the money will show up, right? And if worse came to worse and I got really hit hard, I could always go get a bartending job, and I'm a fucking amazing bartender. And so like I have a fallback. If all my creative shit works, I'm like I can bartend better than 95% of the general public. And so I could go out and get a bartending job easily and make plenty of like cash, like quickly. So I also have a talent that is easily bankable, that is immune to recession, right? It's a recession-proof job, because even in a recession, bartenders, they make even more money sometimes in a recession than they do when the economy's good, because everyone's depressed and they go out and drink. So like I have a recession-proof fallback Right? Right? So I'm like, good, dude. I'm solid. Let's go. Dude, financial stability, security is imperative. Hey, man, Talia, you're not wrong. Dude, Jenny's a very financial security imperative. Like, Jenny, do you have anything to chime in here? Are you awake? I don't know if she's awake or if she went to bed. She may have gone to bed. But it took her a while right? It took her a while to work, to be able to deal with how I operate around money, right? Because I have a very, and I don't recommend it, okay? I do not recommend the way I operate with money for people. This is not financial advice. And you know, in most instances, my system is not going to work for you, right? If stability and like predictability are, you know what I'm saying? If stability and predictability are a big deal, and if I died tomorrow, Jenny would be responsible. No, she wouldn't. We're not married, Red Wolf. So if I died tomorrow, Jenny has no responsibility for my debts. We are not married. Right? That's another part of the engine that makes it go. Like she's not responsible. Right? And right now I don't really have any debt. I have like $7,000 on an American Express. So I don't even have a lot of debt, guys. I mean, there was a time where my American Express card was up at like 22,000, but now it's like 7,000. Right? But my thing is though, is for me having 15 grand in the bank and a $10,000 credit balance made me feel more secure than if I had paid off my credit balance and I had 5 grand in the bank and 0 credit balance. Why? Because I didn't know if it was going to be a year or 2 years before I had an income. So for me, if you're not going to have an income for potentially 2 years, you want to have a little bit of cash and you want to carry a credit card balance if you want to maintain a consistent lifestyle, right? You know what I'm saying? $7,000 is a lot of credit card debt? No. When I was a gamer, when I started streaming Fortnite in 2019, you ready for this, George? Hold your hats. When I started streaming, we had $150,000 in credit card debt, right? 20% APR. I don't have 20% APR. Dude, when I started streaming, we had 150 grand in credit card debts, okay? And 150 grand. Isn't that crazy? When I started streaming, 150 grand. And it took me 2 years of streaming and then we had 0. All right? 2 years. I streamed 50 hours a week and I didn't change my lifestyle at all. Right? But we had 150 grand of credit card debt. And what that debt was from was I had spent 3 years trying to build a film business and failed. And we had a bunch of money left over from remodeling our house. Okay. And so it was 150 grand. But what we did was we moved it. We moved it to like no interest for 16 months. Okay. And we move it there. So it was collecting no interest for 16 months. And then we would move the balance, pay it off and move it no interest for 16 months. And so we were paying just these little minimum payments and a lot of it wasn't accruing interest and we just kept shuffling it around every year. Jenny like managed the shuffle because she was good with the administrative thing. And then what ended up happening was eventually I had a windfall of money and then we just paid it all off, right? But so what's interesting though, guys, is she was very nervous about it that first time. Like when I was a gamer, and when I was trying to do the film thing, she was very nervous. But once she saw the payoff and that like I pulled it off, she's like, now with the political channel, she was less worried. But this time I didn't actually like transfer anything to her. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to transfer anything. My balance never got above, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? But I also, though, you know, I have like, you know, I had sources of, you know, I don't know, sources of income, right? Like, you know, Raiders tickets and this, that, and the other. You move money around, right? So Jenny is great at managing money. She is. She's good at it, right? She's good at it. I am good at generating money, right? You also have assets. I don't really have assets. I have some crypto that is basically worthless now that Donald Trump took over. But again though, like the thing about it is like, you know, and you guys though, you know what my fucking credit rating is? My credit rating is like 830. Okay? So just so you know, just so we're aware here, you wonder all this talk, my credit rating is almost perfection. Okay? Right? So that is like, you know, right? I mean, because I use credit all the time and then I pay it off. Right? Right? So that is the thing, right? I live on credit but I pay that shit off, right? Credit hovers around 600. Yeah. I mean, the thing but it's also though, part of it is like, I don't max it out. A lot of the credit, right? A lot of the credit is like how much you're using, right? Like for example, I have one American Express card that has like a $40,000 limit. And that's the only card I use. And then I have like 9 other cards that have anywhere from 10 to 30,000 each on those cards, but I never use them. So I'm actually, even when my card is like 20 grand on it, it's still like not that much of a percentage of my total credit, right? And that's part of the game too. But then you have to occasionally use those cards and like pay them off, or they just will close them out. You know what I'm saying? But again, not financial advice. Do not live like me. But I prioritize like consistency of lifestyle, okay? If the economy goes up or the economy goes down, I don't like to have to adjust my lifestyle, okay? I don't like to adjust my lifestyle at all. And I never use cash, okay? I never use cash, right? Right? Ever. I have not fucking carried cash on me since 2016, boss. Isn't that crazy? Dude, I never have cash. I don't use cash at all. You never pay interest or late fees. I've never paid a late fee because I have all my accounts set to automatic payments. So at the very least, like I'm bad at paying bills. So I have all my credit cards set to pay the minimum payment every month. So, right, automatically, even the ones I don't use. So if I do use something, it will like pay them off. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, what T-Bone says right there, in order to get high credit, you got to accrue some interest, you know? Your lifestyle would be fine. But so the thing about this though, George, is when I have an income, I do pay my credit card off every month, right? But when I don't have an income, I live the same as when I do have an income, and then I just accrue interest as payment for my consistent lifestyle, right? But again, I accrued for a year and a half while I built this channel. I was living with no income. So I was paying interest for a year and a half. And now next month, or like at the end of March, that card will be paid off. And then I will be paying my money every month. I will be paying my balance, right? You know what I'm saying? So like I do, when I have money, when I have an income, I'm paying it off every month and I'm not paying any interest. But when I don't have an income, I live the same as when I do have an income, and then I just accrue interest. And then when I get income, I then will pay the cards off, but I'll pay them off slowly because I don't want to get rid of my bank balance. So I will pay interest for like 5 or 6 months, but I don't mind paying interest, right? Like I don't look at interest as throwing money in the trash. I look at interest as a payment I give for the credit card, you know, company, because they allow me to not have to adjust my lifestyle based on whether I do or don't have money or whether the economy is good or bad. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's what I pay for. I pay interest to be able to just live uninterrupted. I am unaffected by the economy around me, right? Dude, how are you? Yeah, so that's the thing, though, Talia. When you say, how are you getting approved for thousands and thousands of dollars credit when you have no income? Well, it's two things. Like, one of it is white dude privilege, and the other is paid off house. Okay? Like, I have a paid off house in Portland, Oregon, which is a, like, you know, one of the crazier housing markets. And it's like in the city. So I have like a crazy asset, right? An incredibly valuable asset that, and I am a white dude. It is a white dude thing, though. You know what I'm saying? It is a white dude thing, right? You know, like it works because I'm a white dude. This is how white dudes get to look at the financial system, which is why, like, when I see billionaires complaining about paying, it's like, fuck those guys, because, like, dude, they are like playing the system, bro. Like the whole system. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, it is messed up. You know, it is. It is a messed up system. It's honest, though. I mean, I, like, you know, dude, at one point, dude, the women couldn't get their own credit cards until like the 70s, dude, 74. You know? But again, not financial advice, guys. Do not do this. But I will say, though, like, you know, the other thing that is, like, I guess bad, it's your house. If it's your house and if something happens to me, Jenny will not have your house. But I mean, Jenny owns the house too, right? and I hate to break it to you guys, but, like, you know, the only way they can take your house is if you fucking, like, owe the IRS. Okay? If you owe credit cards and you die, they can't take your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? Credit cards can't take your house. You know, credit card companies cannot take your house. The government can take your house. If you owe the IRS, they can take your house, right? But if you file bankruptcy, if you run up $200,000 in credit card debt and you file bankruptcy, they can't touch your house, right? She will take on my debt. She will not. We're not married. Dude, is your neighbor going to take on your debt if you die? Like, no, we're not married. She doesn't take on my debt. You know what I'm saying? And there's no common law marriage in Oregon, so they're like, they have no loophole for that. Dave Ramsey has a lot of people living in fear. Who's Dave Ramsey? I just think, like, you know, I don't know. Don't worry about that shit. Again, though, I don't have any credit card debt. I have like $7,000 in credit card debt, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I don't have a lot of debt. You know, I don't. I have less debt than most Americans do. 7,000 is not good. Dude, I could pay that off right now, but I don't. I'm going to pay it off in 2 months, and I'm going to pay a little interest so I don't have to touch my bank balance because I like having my bank balance. Dude, let's go, right? You know, I could pay it off right now, but I like having a bank balance. I don't like having too low of a bank balance. It makes me nervous. So I'll pay a little interest. I'll pay $80 in interest this month, right? And I'm fine with that. I am. I don't care about paying 80. Dude, American Express has, like, allowed me to have a lifestyle for years while I was building a fucking Twitch channel. The least I can do is give them $80. I feel good about it. I feel like American Express makes it so merchants can't take advantage of me. And so if I have no income for a year, I can fucking live without worrying about it. So for me, $80, dude, see, $80 doesn't seem like a big deal to me. I mean, I was a drug addict, though, so I used to go out and spend $300 on cocaine in a single night. So spending $80 for a whole month of, like, you know, like no worries while I buy shit, dude, I have no problem with that, dude. I mean, again, I have a warped sense of money. I think it's from being a druggie. When you spend $100 a night on alcohol and fucking $400 in a weekend doing drugs, you look at, like, spending, you know, $50 a month on interest is like, it doesn't really seem like that much money, right? Dude, the bank system could go down and erase all the debt. Absolutely. Right? Dude, I don't know who Dave Ramsey is. I learned how to hustle. Dude, I'm a hustler. Dude, I'm a hustler. But George, I like paying interest, boss. I love it. I do. Let's go. It works. Dude, it works. But again, I'll be like, all my debt will be paid off in March. Dude, it's amazing. And though, you know what else though is like, I do other shit though too, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I help my son, right? He has a credit card, and like I pay his credit card every month, right? No strings attached. He can fucking whatever. I mean, it's got a limit on it, but he can use it up to the limit every month. And so I pay it. And so he has like he's accruing credit from that. And like, he gets to like have like financial freedom to like, you know, fill that credit card up and know that I'm going to take care of it. And I told him when he gets a job, I'm going to take care of it twice a month. Right. So then he'll have double that. And that's like, you know, it's like, I feel like I'm paying for his college, but he's not going to college. He's just, you know, living in New York City. But it is like, you know, it's like offering him some freedom, you know? You know what I'm saying? Right? But I like that, right? The limit is pretty low. It's like 500, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? But I mean, I just like, you know, I like helping. And as I make more, I'll help more. Cause like, I don't know, man. I just like, you know how there's this general idea that people believe that like, oh, if you struggle, if your life is a struggle, it's good for you. I disagree with that maxim. Okay. Like, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but like, I can tell you as somebody who has like struggled financially, I was not better off for having struggled financially. I perform better in every single facet of my life when I am not worried about the cost of things and I'm not stressed out about money. Right? You know, and I mean, but I do crazy shit, right? Like, for example, when Bryce was, how old was Bryce? Bryce was 7 years old. Okay, you ready? Bryce was 7 or 8 years old. And he was, it was a summer, and I was a bartender, and I wanted to be acting. Okay, I wanted to be acting, but I was bartending and thinking about being an actor, going on some auditions. And I had like $2,000 in the bank, and I had like $900 a month rent, and I lost my job. Okay, I lost my bartending job, and I was like, fuck, bro. And then I made an executive decision that summer where I was like, Bryce is playing football. I'm coaching his football. I'm like, I have enough money to cover like 2 months of rent. And I got a little bit of credit here that like can cover if I go a little bit into debt, but I want to be an actor. So what I decided to do was I'm not even going to look for a job. I made a commitment. I'm not going to worry about this. I'm going to coach his team. I'm going to go out on auditions and be an actor, and I'm not even going to look for work. Okay? And I made that decision. Okay? Right? And you know what happened was I booked my first paying theater gig a couple of weeks later, and that's how I met Jenny, was through that gig. And then I fucking watched my bank balance go down to like a couple $100. And then in November of that year, I got a phone call. I did some freelance sound design and editing to like, you know, fill in some money when I got a little short. And then I got a phone call in November that got me a bartending job at a really popular, very busy bar. And so the job came to me, right? But it all started because I decided I'm going to focus on coaching my kid and being an actor, and I'm going to let the chips fall where they may. But there's a little caveat there. I had a bankable skill. I had a bankable skill of sound design that I could do on my home computer. I had a bankable skill as an editor. So if my bank balance went to like $100, I could get on the phone all day and I could find an editing job somewhere, right? Somebody who needed a film editing. Like you gotta have money generating like skills. Like what I used to do way back when is I learned how to design websites, or I did Photoshop. I've always had a bunch of skills. So man, if I was really broke as a musician, I could go door to door to find a business who needed a website, and then boom, I make them a website, and now I got enough money to pay my bills for a month or two. And and you say, no, you were lucky that a job came. But see, George, I was not lucky that a job came. A job always comes. That's my point. Is like some people look at it as, oh, you were lucky. And I'm like, no, I'm not lucky. As long as I make the executive decision to prioritize what I value, the jobs come. Okay. Like I don't give up my creative life or the life I'm leading out of worry about holding my job or getting a job. I live for my directive of like living the good life that satisfies me, and then the jobs come, right? And that's how I live. I live knowing as long as I take care of my heart's desire, the jobs will come, the money will come, the situation will work it out, right? Till a job doesn't. Yeah, but I'm 56 and I haven't gotten there yet, boss. So I guess I've been doing this for, since my 20s, and I'm still kicking. So I think I got it down. Right? I've never had it so the job doesn't come. Because ultimately, if you really, if the job doesn't come, eventually you just go door to door. Like I said, I'm a great bartender. I'm a great food server. I could go out tomorrow and I could get a restaurant or bar job tomorrow. I'm confident. If I needed to, I don't want to, but like if I needed a job tomorrow, I could get on the phone and call all the people I know in the bar industry, or I could go door to door to bars and restaurants, and I could shore up a job, like maybe not tomorrow, but certainly by the end of the week, right? Or find something. I have plenty of fucking skills. Like it's just one of those things, right? Have I ever talked to a professional, like an accountant, about my financial approach? I have not. You know what I'm saying? I have not. But again, though, guys, like, I am a privileged white male, right? I am a privileged white male. So like, I'm definitely like working my privilege, but it also though, and maybe this wouldn't work if I was somebody else, but part of it hinges on the idea of attraction. Okay. That I believe that like, if I am living in vibration with like whatever, like my heart and fucking creative soul want to be doing, if I'm being true to that, like opportunity shows up for me. And I, this is a thing that like, me and some of my people in my life have contention about, because I know a lot of people who don't believe that they believe that they have to be very careful to not lose their shit. And I don't live in fear of losing shit, because I believe that like the opportunity I need will find its way to me as long as I am doing the shit that like makes my fucking inner soul feel satisfied. And right. And it is not the secret, right? It's not the secret, because I was doing it long before the secret, but it is like, I am an artist, and as long as I live like an artist and continue making the art that I feel like I am called to make, the money takes care of itself, right? I value the art first, and the money shows up. Okay. And the thing about it is like other people worry about money and they arrange their life to counteract their worry about money. And I don't worry about money. I actively believe that the money will show up. And I've never not had it show up. You know what I'm saying? You know? It is privileged and no little amount of extrovert charm. Dude, what is Hermeticism? It's just a little, it is a little belief in like, you know what it is, guys? I'll show you. It's this. I've got the image for it, okay? You ready? It is my life philosophy in this picture of a fishbowl, okay? And it is about action. Let me find the picture, okay? There it is. Ready? It's this. Okay? And it is about mental state. You ready? So it's a 3-point project. It says that action is the foundational key to all success. Okay? Which means that I am perpetually in a state of actively pursuing, okay? Actively pursuing like whatever a goal is. Could be a band, could be being an actor, could be being a Twitch streamer, could be starting a YouTube channel, could be starting a recording studio business out of my house. These are all things that I've done, okay? Where I am perpetually in an active every day of my life. And there are times where it wasn't even pursuing money. Like 1 year, I was totally lost. And every day I took a photograph during the day on the way to taking my kid to school. I would take a photograph. I would do an Instagram post and I would write a journal entry about whatever I was thinking about or afraid of or caring about that day. And I kept a photographic diary every day for like 13 months. But that was my creative project when I had nothing. But I always have a creative project, a daily one, okay? A daily creative project, always. There, if I don't have one, I get one, okay? And that is like my foundational key that every day I am taking action on the completion or execution of some creative project that feels satisfying to me. So that's one. Number two is this one right here that says imperfect action is better than perfect inaction, which means I don't wait for things to be perfect before I pull the trigger. I pull the trigger and then I let my various pulling the triggers and my fits and starts and my failures and successes lead me to the perfect situation. Okay. Which means, you know, if I'm like, oh, I can't make a good video. Okay. I make bad videos and I put the videos out even bad until I can make a good video. Oh, I can't sing good. Okay. Then I just sing off key and I'm in a band with being an off key singer until I learn how to sing. But I am going to be in the band singing even if I don't yet have the talent to be a good singer, right? That's the imperfect action versus the perfect inaction, because otherwise you wait. Well, right? It's like, I call it the move to New York theory. Somebody says, when I have $10,000 saved, I'm going to move to New York. So they're waiting for that perfect nest egg. But if you say that and you're afraid to go to New York, you will subconsciously never have 10 grand, okay, in the bank. And you will self-sabotage because I can't move until I got that 10 grand. Whereas for me, I will say I am moving to New York on June 1st. And then June 1st, I'm gone. Whether I have 10 grand or $50 on June 1st, I'm gone. And when I commit to that date, by the time I get to June 1st, it's just working out. Okay. So I am in action, not wait for the perfect circumstances. That's this one. But then here's the clincher, is this part here where it says success consists of going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. Okay? And this is the clincher, which means when I fail, right? When I fail, I get back to the action and get excited about getting back to the action. When I fail, I don't get like, oh shit, I don't want to do the action anymore. In fact, when I fail, sometimes I will like increase my level of action, right? When I fail, I'll get more excited about getting back on the playing field. Okay? This is kind of like, look at the Super Bowl, right? Drake May went to the Super Bowl with the Patriots. He had a really bad game and they got their asses whipped. Okay? Now, the thing is he's going to wake up the day after the Super Bowl and probably feels like quitting football. And, he might have a mourning period, but then eventually he's got to get back up and get excited about getting back on the field again and playing ball, right? And I was a competitive sports guy. So this is important is you have to stay enthusiastic when you fail, right? And your problem is you don't want to fail in the first place, so you constantly question it and never make a move. Yeah, see, for me, I fail like all the fucking time. I don't care about failing. I would rather go out there and fail 50 times, right? 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 So, Tommy, since my dad was like Papa Joe type that actually gave you this awesome gift to look at life the way you do, considering your upbringing, because it's amazing to me that it's really astounding. See, I'm not sure. I don't think I got this upbringing from my dad, right? Because my dad was a little different. Like my dad used to always call me lazy. He would tell me that I was lazy because I didn't look at working a job the way he did. Because my dad thought you should always have a good paying job. And if you don't have and whereas for me, I was like, I like to not have a job, which means I like to earn money, like in as much of a not having a job way as possible. I know it sounds counterintuitive, right? But does that make sense? Even when I was a waiter, right? Sometimes I would just not go to work. I would get people to cover my shift. If I didn't want to go to work and I had enough money and I wanted to go surfing or go away for a weekend, I would give away all my shifts and I would just go surfing. And then I would know that as long as I really wanted to be surfing, so I would go fucking surfing, knowing that when I got back, somebody else would get sick or something and there would be other shifts for me to pick up. You know what I'm saying? So it's but I don't know. I don't know where it came from exactly. But did I learn this when I went through rehab therapy with the Cosmo guy, right? Your son wants to be a YouTuber when he grows up. Dude, your son could be a YouTuber when he grows up. All he has to do is he has to love to edit. Yeah, I think, see, you know what it is though, guys? Here's what it is during your 20s, and it's not perfect though, guys, because there is a cost, okay? There is a cost to all this. During your 20s, many people are working on establishing their career and they're becoming really good in their chosen profession so they can build up money and buy a house and start a family and start preparing for their retirement, okay? Now, during my 20s, I was starting bands and trying to build followings and I was recording records and I was learning a whole bunch of skills, how to use Photoshop and Illustrator and how to record music and how to design websites and how to promote a band, how to find good bandmates, how to interview bandmates. I was right? And so I was developing a whole bunch of skills that were things that were, for the pursuit of pursuing a band. And then I just worked in restaurants and and yeah, so I was making flyers and I was doing the artwork for my albums. And then eventually I was recording my own music. And then I started a recording studio in my house and was recording other people's music. And so like, you know, but like the price I paid though is when I was 35, I had a kid. And then when I was 40 years old, I had a 5-year-old kid and my kids started school. And then when I went to that school, all the other men there had careers. And some of them were like the vice president of some department at Nike. And another guy owned his own telecommunications company. And they all owned their houses and they all had like really nice cars. And I was not that. I was a dude that was still bartending and editing and doing sound design and acting. And like, you know, it was a little hard. Like I had a little bit of a crisis of confidence at the time because I was like, you know, there were times where I would feel like I was doing it wrong because they fiscally seemed to have an advantage over me, right? Fiscally. But there were other ways that I had an advantage over them because many of them lived in perpetual fear of like, if I lose my VP at Nike job, like I am fucked. And now I have 3 kids that I'm going to make them go to really nice colleges. So I have to worry about paying all that off. And my house payment is massive. And right. So they had a whole bunch of stress that I also didn't have, right? Because I, you know, worked when I wanted to work. And I didn't work when I didn't want to work. And if I lost my job, I wasn't too worried about it because I didn't have a lot of overhead, right? So there's like, everything's like a trade-off. You know what I mean? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, and here's what's interesting though, is maybe this will make sense. When it kind of registered to me was a friend of mine from college. So I had a friend from college from UCLA who is an entertainment lawyer. Okay. And he represents like very big stars. Okay. Like Anthony Hopkins level big. Right. And he's got a beautiful house in Bel Air. He's a great guy. He like worked very hard as a young man, becoming a partner in a law firm, worked his way up. And now, man, he's got like a lot of money and he's very, very successful. Okay. So not too long ago, I went to LA and this was before Fortnite. This was when I was still, the documentary was made and I was still doing the music thing or whatever. I went down there and he said to me, he said, I am really jealous of your lifestyle. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, you like, I'm jealous of you. You have so much money. You have fucking, like, you have the beautiful house. You have the wife. You have all this shit. And you know what he said to me? He said, you wake up every day and you do the things you do for like no money. He's like, everything you do during a day, you're doing it because you fucking love it. And you basically will do it for free. And he's like, dude, I have a nice house and I have a ton of money. And he's like, but there is no fucking way I would come and do this job every day if it didn't provide me the money it makes. Right? You know what I'm saying? Isn't that wild? Like his thing was like, he is like in the job for like, right? For, you know, because that job provides him with a crazy amount of money, but he doesn't love the job. He loves the money and the lifestyle of the job, and he's very good at it, but he doesn't like love it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And I like love my thing, right? And I think that's there's just a like, what do you live for? And other people live for like different things, right? And again, though, he's not bad at his job. He's fucking great at it. Okay. He's very successful. and he like he doesn't dislike his life, but he does not have the same day-to-day passion for his work. Okay, his work is still work, and my work is like my life, right? And like, and then I do things for money, okay? But my work is the thing I do for my life. And there's a separation there. And I can do anything for money. I could bartend, I can stream, I can do websites, I can do Photoshop, I can do editing, I can do sound design, I could be a waiter, I could fucking be a life coach, right? You know what I'm saying? Like how you generate money. Like there are activities I will participate in for the generation of money, but I live every day for like my work, and my work is my life. Okay. Which means like I don't, you ready for this? I don't have a YouTube stream because I'm making money to retire or to buy a house or so I can, you know, right? I have a YouTube stream because I wake up every day and I love editing videos and I like figuring out the YouTube algorithm and I like interacting with other YouTubers and I like telling people to fuck off on Twitter and I like fucking streaming, whether we talk about politics or we talk about tonight where we just talk about random shit. But like, I like this. And so when I wake up in the day, I want to be doing this regardless of like, and you know, a year and a half ago when I was waking up every day and doing this and I was making $100 a month, I was still like liked it as much as I do like it now, where I'm like making a much better income, right? You know what I mean? Because like I wake up every day and there, it's not perfect. There are some days like tonight. Why did I fucking start at 11:30 instead of 9:30? Because you know, Jenny and I were having some fucking whatever life shit that we were like working through, and I got some sleep and I was like burnt out and I didn't get the work I needed done today and I needed to get another video done. So I was like, okay, fuck it. I'm going to feel bad if I don't get my second video done. So I'm going to delay stream for 2 hours and I'm going to get that fucking video done, my commitment of my daily creativity. And then I'm going to stream. And like now we're streaming and we're talking about all this random shit and I'm having this funky adventure. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like I chose the commitment of my 2 videos a day. And so I prioritize getting that second video out, even if it's a bottom feeding video. And even if it fucking doesn't do well, I did my daily goal. And now we're streaming and you know, we're going to talk about politics and I'm going to probably stream late. And this stream is almost therapy. Sometimes it is like, you know, and like, but like then again, though, that's a priority. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a priority because I prioritize my creativity. Now, there might be some people who are missing tonight's stream because I am late. Or there might be some people who get mad that I'm not talking about politics now and they're hitting unsubscribe and they're never going to watch my channel again. But like what we're talking about right now is feeding my soul. And so I'm talking about it and I'm prioritizing the feeding of my soul. And I started late because I had to get that video done, right? And like, and now I'm going to stream late because now I have to do some politics. So I have something to make videos and it may is going to set my whole day off tomorrow. I may be behind the 8 ball all day tomorrow, but like, I don't care because I'll get those 2 videos done tomorrow, even if I have no sleep, right? Because I meet my daily commitments, right? That's it. I make daily creative commitments and I fucking meet them. And then everything else I don't worry about. And I know that if I meet my daily commitments, the rest of the shit will fucking take care of me. And maybe that's crazy. Okay. I've been told, like my son thinks I'm crazy. Me and Bryce sometimes I try to instruct him in the way of Tommy and he's like, dude, you're nuts. Like my kid is much more about like financial security or, you know, he's worried about that shit. And right now, though, he's really stressing out. He's having trouble finding a job, you know, and like my situation is I'm just glad that if he hits a rut and can't find a job in New York for a couple months, I'm able to like help him out. I'm going to be able to help him, you know, and like, so I'm thankful that I'm in a situation. But it's crazy, though. You ready for this, guys? Check this out, though. Built an amazing community. Dude, you guys have built an amazing community. Like, I'm really thankful. But so, you know what's so weird, guys? You know how I told you that my stream didn't start making money until this summer? Well, so my kid had planned on moving to New York. And when he made that move, when he made that plan, like I had no income, guys. Okay? And I didn't know how he was going to get to New York. And I didn't know how he was going to, like, how it was going to work out. But he decided to move to New York. They set a rough date of when they were leaving. And then him and his girlfriend quit their jobs and they moved into this house. And then they were like, okay, we're going. But they didn't even have a way to get there. And then like right when they made that move, my channel started blowing up. And then pretty soon I had like 3 months of verifiable income. And then they moved to New York and I had enough money to get them an Airbnb. And then I had verifiable income to like co-sign for them to get an apartment. Right? And isn't that weird? But like, I didn't know that was going to happen. Like it could have potentially, they moved in here and my channel didn't blow up and maybe they're still living here and they have no jobs and like, but it didn't work out that way. It worked out where my channel made money at just the right time. And then they were able to move and now they're out there and I'm able to help. And now he's like struggling finding a job, but like, I got him. I got his back. I'm like, I'm not worried about that. Like, I'm going to be able to help him launch. But like, I'm also not upset at like helping him launch because like Jenny helped me launch. And like other people have helped me launch, right? Like she managed moving the credit card debt around while I was building the Twitch channel. And so like, and now like I've told her, hey, if you want to quit working now and you want to launch something, like anytime you want to, you can. Okay. Like I've told Jenny, I put word out to you, you can continue working, but if you want to quit working now and just start a business or start some crazy new thing, like, I'm totally cool with that. You know what I mean? Like picture this. If my son came to me tomorrow and said, Dad, I want to, he's, you know, he likes sports. If he said, Dad, I want to start a sports YouTube. And so I want you to pay my rent for 6 months and I'm going to edit every day and you're going to see the videos I'm putting out. So you're going to know I'm like working hard, but will you pay all my bills for 6 months while I fucking throw everything into starting a sports YouTube channel? I would do it in a heartbeat. I would be like, fuck yeah, I got you. Now, if he was making 1 video a week, I would be like, dude, you're getting the plug pulled. But if he was making videos every day and he was actually like streaming or whatever he's doing, building that channel, like I would absolutely like pay for his shit to launch him because of all the people that have helped me launch. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I just like people launching, right? You know what I'm saying? Shit, sorry. But a part of a rant response, name it Trump having content creators revisit their lives milestones. Yeah, it is like paying it forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, let's go. Thank you, Beard. Appreciate you. And I saw you back. Didn't you fucking do a dono? There it was. I missed that. Hi, Tommy, on vacation watching you from the DR. Dude, that's so amazing. Because everything with the Bad Bunny has been focused around like the DR and shit. Right? And Puerto Rico and all that. Dude, so the girls that like, you know, my band was called the Wanteds. So that was actually, that name was about some girls that were friends of mine that lived in the DR, right? They moved there, right? My band name, The Wanteds, was a nickname we had for 5 women that worked with us. Dude, wow, let's go. That's how I came up with the name. right? The Wanteds. We used to call these girls the Wanteds. That was our nickname for them, right? But a couple of them lived in the DR. One of them actually married a doctor from there, and then he moved to America, and then they ended up getting divorced. But they're like super cool girls. Yeah, life's not lives. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, it's crazy though, because like, I don't know, like even now, I've talked about this before though, right? Is one of my weak spots is like, I run out of steam. Like, you know what I'm saying? Speaking of where my audience, what does my YouTube say about the demographics? About what, Lag? I mean, most of the YouTube audience is like 35 and over, right? Demographically now. And most of it is America and Canada and some of it like Europe, right? But America, Canada, and I think UK are like the top 3 or something, right? I don't know. I don't ever really look at the demographics. I don't, right? I know that's crazy. The only thing I really look at on YouTube is I look at 3 things. I look at like the I use the AB feature, and I use 3 different titles for every YouTube video, and sometimes I will like use artificial intelligence to help me craft one of those 3 titles. And then I look at which title gets the most watch time. And then I look at like how, whether it's getting pushed to people in my subscriber base or outside my subscriber base. And then I try to figure out if there is something I can change in the title or thumbnail that will influence that subscriber base count. And so I am perpetually tinkering and seeing like, oh, does this push? Does that push? Does that push? Right? And so that's really all I do. Right? And then I look at other YouTubers and I look at the words they're using and the thumbnails and how they're changing. And then I try to figure like, oh, do I need to change? Should I change something up? Should I try doing something that they're doing? Should I like, and who are they covering today? And should I cover what they covered earlier today, or should I cover something different? Is there a gap? Is there something it seems like everybody's interested on Twitter, but no other YouTubers are covering? Maybe I'll go cover that. And so like, right? Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but so I spend all day looking at the internet and looking at patterns and looking at what I want to talk about, and then trying to figure out if what I want to talk. And then sometimes I talk about something that I really want to talk about, and I put the video out and my audience doesn't give a shit at all. Like on the stream, see, this is what's hard about YouTube, right? Is on the stream, I feel like you guys will just go with me wherever I go, right? Like today, look at what, we haven't even talked about politics really, right? We talked about goldfish and life and money and all kinds of stupid shit. But like, you know, a decent amount of you are still here, right? And we're hanging out, chatting with each other. But like for the YouTube videos, like, nah, if I put a video out about this goldfish, like that shit would crash and burn, bro. Right? You know what I mean? Like, because I'm not doing a fucking life coaching channel, right? Which is why we're going to have to do some fucking politics. But I think though, today's stream is maybe therapy for me, because Jenny and I have been, you know, like we're navigating some shit. You know what I mean? We are. I mean, I'm an empty nester and I don't know how to be an empty nester. And my kid was like very important part of my existence. And now he's out like establishing himself in the biggest city in America. And it's an expensive city that's more expensive certainly than our, you know, I'm not like the president of fucking, you know, whatever, some corporation. So I don't have millions, you know what I mean? And like, you know, most of the people in New York are from families that have millions, right? Until you get out in the boroughs, and then there are people that are scrapping, right? And so we're definitely in the scrapping, but like maybe not scrapping, but you know what I mean? So like I'm learning to be an empty nester, and Jenny and I are like, she's adjusting to like, you know, being a stepmother with the stepkid not being in the house, and she's like in a transition of maybe wanting to change what she does with her day to day, and like, you know, I don't know. And we're trying to survive the Trump regime, right? Like you guys know this. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but maybe you don't have this, but it's real easy for whatever's going on in my personal life to feel really dangerous and toxic because of like the negativity of like Donald Trump and ICE, and like there's like an ICE contingent here in Portland, and so the city is unpredictable. Like sometimes you feel the pain of the city, right? And you know what I mean? Like sometimes the city, like you just feel it, that like we're under attack, because Portland is a city under attack. We're one of them, right? You know, certainly the people in Minneapolis are feeling this. There are some cities that aren't under attack. And so, Allie, right now I don't go to talk therapy, okay? But I go to massage therapy. So I every week I go and I have a body worker that takes like all the traumatic shit. Like she fucking beats that shit out of my body. She like finds in my physical body where my stress is and where my energy is fucked up, and she like gets in there. And so I'm not currently doing talk therapy. I mean, this is talk therapy. And I certainly talk to Jenny. Jenny is like, she's like an empath, and she is very insightful. And so she also, you know, she like, I have a really crazy amount of mania, and Jenny sort of helps me temper the mania. Right now, I'm probably going to start going to AA meetings again too. I alternate. Like sometimes I go to talk therapy, sometimes I go to AA meetings. But right now, I'm not doing talk therapy. I'm doing body therapy. Right? I'm doing massage and cupping and aromatherapy, and there was another body work I was seeing that does visceral stuff. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now, right? And you know, I like it. I do. It's like working good. Cause like, I'll be honest, like with the amount of talking I do on stream, like I don't really want to do talk therapy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you guys, you ready? You see how much I talk here on stream? You know that most of my day is silent. How crazy is that? Okay, because I'm editing. And when I edit, I'm wearing headphones. So Jenny can't hear what I'm doing. So I am in here quiet. I'm laughing when I'm like doing shit, or like, you know what I'm saying? But isn't that right? Isn't that crazy? Right? Like I fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty wild. Dude, let's go. Dude, Intuit, trauma-informed bodywork, so great. The body keeps the score. Let's go. Intuit, let's go. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate you, boss. I will say this, guys. I will say that talk therapy is like so valuable, but it's not the only tool. Okay. I mean, there are times like I did about 12 years of talk therapy. And then Jenny and I did, I think 3 years of couples therapy. And like, so we've done a lot of talk therapy. Jenny still does talk therapy. And I do like physical. Jenny does some physical too. She has a body worker, and she has 2 body workers. And she also does, Kundalini yoga. Right. So she like we have her things. Right. But right now I'm not in talk therapy. I might be in again. You know what I'm saying? I might be in one day. I think though, before I go back to talk therapy, the thing that there's two things that I will likely do next for me. I'm planning on going back to AA and possibly working the steps again for a third time, because I have done them twice. So I might go back because I'm coming up on 20 years. And so I'm probably going to go back to AA, and in my 20th year of sobriety, I'm going to get a brand new sponsor that I don't know and do the steps again. So that's one. That'll be a type of talk therapy. AA certainly is a type of talk therapy. And this is a little bit of talk therapy. Certainly, like these tangents, I'm not just pontificating about my life. I'm like taking stock and testing my viewpoints and testing my life beliefs with all of your responses. Right? How come with the steps? If you're asking how come with the steps, it's like I find the 12-step process of like introspection and making amends, I find it to be something to check in with every so often, right? You know? And so I did it in the beginning, and then I did it around year 10. And now I will probably do it again around year 20. So I think it's something to do. I think it's a good process. It's like a good type of oil change for the soul that is like, I think is beneficial to do every so often, right? I don't feel like I need to do it every day, but I feel like it's helpful to do it. But the other thing I'm thinking about doing is I've been thinking about going and doing Bikram yoga again, right? I've been thinking about going back to Bikram. I used to do Bikram, you know, around the time I met Jenny, like 12 years ago or something, 13 years ago, I was doing Bikram regularly. And so, but I think though, I think like, you know, I think this. I think if you just go to talk therapy, I think, you know, I think talk therapy is just one of the modalities. Okay? That's what I think. Right? It is. I think it's a very important one. Like, I think there's a component of talk therapy that needs to happen. But I think though, you know what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down. Not many men can talk this freely. You're like a true blue Aussie. Dude, I feel a real connection with Australia, right? I do. I feel a real connection with Australia. I don't know why, but I always have, right? There's I don't know. You guys got the surf. You guys got like really rugged land, you know, started as a penal colony. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's because you started as like cast-offs that I think, you know, I feel like I started from a family of like cast-offs, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like, you know, my dad had been in prison, and like a lot of my family have been in jail. Like we were a family of, you know, I don't know, you know what I mean? Of like, not like, we were a little scruffy, right? Go to the gym. Dude, gym can be great too, right? Dude, let's go. Let's go, dude. Thank you, Jason's. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I was supposed to go to Australia too. Have I been diagnosed with autism? I have not. I've never gone to find out. I mean, here's the thing that's really interesting, guys, that I was talking with Jenny about earlier today, okay, was about like the number one component of my existence is mania, okay? I have mania, and I live in a way that keeps the mania activated, which means I drink too much caffeine, I allow myself to get distracted, and I don't get enough sleep. And because I do those things, I am in a near constant state of mania However, it is in that state of mania where I find this part here about like not losing my enthusiasm. When I don't have my mania, I don't have my enthusiasm. My enthusiasm comes from that restless, manic energy. So I cultivate manic energy to stay enthusiastically inspired. Okay. Now, I did at one point go to therapy, talk therapy. I was given gabapentin to tame my mania. And I went on gabapentin for like 7 months and it got rid of my mania. And you know what? I didn't like that life. I didn't like my life without my mania. I didn't want to pursue creative projects. I just went to work and had my friends and just lived a moderate lifestyle. But that lifestyle was unsatisfying to me. Okay. And I didn't like it. So I eventually got rid of the medication. I also had trouble. It like made it so it was really hard to have an orgasm. So I got rid of that because it did get rid of my mania, but I discovered, you know what? I like my mania. In fact, I love my mania. And so I live in a way that is like keeps my mania activated. And it's hard though, because sometimes that's really hard. Like sometimes it's hard for Jenny because a lot of times she loves my mania, but sometimes it's like too much. So we have to navigate that, right? But I like my mania. So I live in a constant manic episode, okay? By choice, I cultivate it. And I sleep, I don't sleep for 8 hours in a row. I sleep for 3 hours. And then I do work, and then I sleep for an hour, and then I do work, and then I sleep for 2 hours, and then I stay up all night, and then I sleep for 5 hours, and then I do that. I don't sleep 8 hours. But there's a cost. We go to movies, and sometimes I fall asleep during the movie, right? Mania takes a toll on your health. Yeah, but so Red Wolf, I don't know about that because I went to the doctor. And the doctors tell me that I am like healthier than any other guys they see. So my doctors have all like, I am in good health, right? So mania is not currently taking a toll on my health. But again, I go and I get massaged every week. And I've gone to acupuncture and I will sometimes go through meditation. And you know what I'm saying? So I do like, I always have some like stress removal component. You know what I'm saying? And like, so yeah. So I don't know, but maybe though, it could be that like, I am destroying my health. But like the thing is like, I'm not seeing evidence of that yet. I don't get sick a lot. I don't have a lot of ailments, I'm pretty good. And I just went and had the full battery of tests and I was fine, I got poked and prodded and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And but I think though, and this is my own personal belief system, I believe that your physical health starts with your emotional health, which means that like, if you're not eradicating the stress in your body, you're going to have ailments. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you don't manage your stress, you're going to get high blood pressure. If you don't get the PTSD out of your body, you're going to have back problems or knee problems or joint problems, right? If you don't get your energy flowing, you're going to fucking, run into other ailments. Maybe you're going to get sick a lot. Okay. That's my belief that the managing the energy inside my body, is priority number one. Not sleeping affects your mental health. Yeah, there's no doubt. But again, though, I affect my mental health choosing to stay inspired. Like, that's just it, right? You could say everybody's got a value, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the thing about this is you have to look at what you value, right? Like for me, my mental health, I value having an active state of mania that allows me to be endlessly creative. That feeds my soul. And so that is taking care of my mental health. And then, you know, sometimes maybe I get way too little sleep and I get cranky and then I just sleep some more. And then you get back on an even keel, right? But again, what works for me ain't going to work for you, right? Jenny is 9 hours of sleep every day. She is committed to that. But like, dude, for me, I don't think I could get 9 hours of sleep every day unless I got rid of my mania. And I don't want to sleep 9 hours every day. I want to be manic and creative. And like, you know, if I die at 70 instead of 80, I'm good with that. You know what I'm saying? Right? I am, dude. Anyone see this Epstein cannibal jerky theory? I have not. What is that? But I like mania, right? But I'm lucky though, guys. I don't get depression. Okay? I don't get a lot of depression. You know what I'm saying? And we are always changing. Can I tell you? Like, I don't know, dude. I change my diet all the time. My diet changes like every year, right? I don't know if you guys do this, but I go through like phases of dietary phases where, you know, like right now, my diet is like mostly salmon and rice and leafy green vegetables, right? That's like a huge part of my diet. Like 90% of my diet is leafy green vegetables, rice, and salmon. Okay. And right? It's pretty crazy. But like, if you rolled back 5 years ago, my diet was mostly steak. Okay. And steak was like a huge part of my diet, like a lot of red meat. I have now cut out a lot of the red meat, right? But it used to be steak and fucking raw vegetables, right? And then, you know, when I was younger, I went through, like, sometimes I go through pasta periods where sometimes I will eat a lot of pasta for like a month or two, right? But do you guys do that shit? Do you guys alternate your diet? Like, I alternate every year. I swear I have a completely different diet, but I sort of tailor it to what my body is directing me to eat. Right? When you're down, you listen to cheerful music, watch a funny movie, and exercise. You're an artist, and that fulfills me. Yeah. So for me, what happens for me is like when I get down, I get like real down, and it usually lasts about a day, or sometimes it's like a half a day. And I will go and talk to Jenny about it, and I will sort of explain to her what I'm obsessing about and what my down is, and then I will be very bleak, and I will feel like there's no solution for the down, and I'll get all negative and sort of like lose my mania and my energy, and then Jenny gets all nervous and is like worried that I'm okay. Now, it used to get a little unpredictable, but now she knows I'm just going through a down, so she gets like less nervous, and we have a method. And then what I do is I get sort of down and sad, and I may sleep a lot for that day. And then I go and I go make shit. Right. And like, that's what I do. And my downs, though, I am lucky. I don't get a lot of downs. Okay. I just get like a really big down that lasts for like a day or two. Right. But I don't try to stop it. When it shows up, I go get down. I do. I get down. Oh, I get bleak, right? I get very, very bleak, and I sleep, and I get sad, and I feel like, oh, this is so down. And then I get to work. I go and do what this goldfish is, and I remember action, and then I go make some. Right? You know what I mean? Right? I don't know. But dude, some people though, like get like down, right? Like I know I have friends who get like like down. I have some friends who have to like take medication because they would just get down for weeks at a time and never get out of bed, right? Like it depends. I think, you know, guys, I do have to talk some politics now because we're 3 hours in and we're going to have to go. We have to get some content for the videos. But I do want to say this, okay? When we talk about this shit, the thing that I encourage you guys is like, I think we have to learn to just, the most important thing is to learn to listen to what you need. Like our bodies, if you get in touch with your body will tell you like what you can do with it, right? And this is how like athletes like overperform what their bodies are capable of because they visualize and they physically, they get the stress out of their body, they fucking tone it, they hone it, they rehearse, they mentally rehearse, and they're able to far extend what the human body can do through like a mind over body sort of thing. But they have to know their body. And do they sometimes get hurt? They do. Sometimes they blow out a knee. Sometimes maybe when they're old, they're going to fucking be in a walker. There might be some bill you pay down the line. But they choose a life. You choose a life and then you live it, right? And we all choose a life. But what I think though, is I think there's something to be said for getting in harmony, like the Buddhists, getting in harmony with what your body wants and needs and learning to listen to it. And can I give you an example? So there was a time with Jenny where Jenny was like going to massage school and she became a licensed massage therapist a while ago. She went to school. She never really became a massage therapist. She did for a little while, but she just got a massage degree. But like becoming a massage therapist informed her healing work in a variety of ways. Are you ready? So while she was a massage therapist, she started craving ginger. And we used to buy ginger by like the fucking pound, guys. She was like eating ginger all the time, just eating ginger. For like a year, she was eating ginger. Eventually, she found out she started getting tired. She found out she was anemic. And she ended up having this health issue that she had to deal with, right? But what was crazy is like the ginger kept her like alive and high functioning while she was going to massage school until she eventually was able to discover that she was anemic. And ginger is something that can treat, you know, those low, like that anemic style, like blood issue. So like her body wasn't quite yet able to communicate that her health issue, but her body knew she needed to be eating ginger all the time, right? And she just ate the ginger and she didn't question it. She listened to her needs. She fed her needs. And then eventually the issue came to the core. But like she was like responding to her health issue before she even knew it was there, simply by doing what her body told her to do, right? And so like I live in a constant state of operation like that, which means when I'm really tired, I sleep. And when I'm not tired, I don't worry about sleep, right? Right? You know what I mean? You know how some people are like, dude, I got to get 8 hours of sleep. And then if they're not tired and they stay up all night, they're so stressed out because I didn't sleep. Today's going to be awkward. I sleep when I'm tired. And when I'm not tired, I don't fucking worry about sleep. And then I just listen to my body. And I go to a therapist that works on my body every week. It's not cheap. And that's the only thing I do though. That's like my investment as I make shit digitally. I make videos. I do YouTube. I stream with you guys. And then I go see a body worker that helps me get all of the stress I incur from being on Twitter all day and being in the maelstrom of Donald Trump And then me and Jenny spend a little time together, like sharing our journey with each other. And I like, you know, interact with my kid. And that's my life. That's it. It's very simple, right? I do politics. I stream. Like when people say, oh, what are your hobbies? I don't have any hobbies, really. I mean, I go to a movie. Like we go to the movies and we watch a little TV and give each other massages. But I don't have any hobbies. My hobby is making a YouTube channel. My job is making a YouTube channel. My job is my hobby, right? My hobby is being on Twitter, telling MAGA people to fuck off, right? But like, dude, I like it. But now I don't know if I would have lived this life when I was 20. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, but now that I'm 50, this life is pretty cool. When I was 20, it was a little different. I was like, you know, going out all the time and hanging out with people and, you know, trying to like have kind of experiences. But I think though, I think it's really important for everybody to sort of figure out, like, you got to figure out what makes you tick, right? And you got to figure out what feeds your soul and the life that you want to choose to make. And then you like, you know, you like feed it, right? Dude, ginger is good, man. Right? Like, see, this is the thing though, guys. See, this is the part that I feel like we miss in capitalist society. Okay? Because capitalism says you got to eat 3 square meals a day. You got to use the food pyramid. You got to exercise a certain number of minutes a week. You got to get 8 hours of rest every night. You got to engage in like this amount of social activities and you got to do this, that, and the other. And we have all these structures, but like, dude, some people need 10 hours of sleep. Some people need 4. Some people will go 3, 3, 3, 12, 4, 3, 2, 15, right? You know what I mean? And like, you know, you know what I mean? But I think though, like, it depends on what you prioritize. No, it just says to work. Yeah, no, that's true. Binge is not wrong, dude. Right? Ginseng is the fountain of youth, right? But I guess though, I don't worry too much about like for me, I worry about this right here, right? This word, enthusiasm. Also, sometimes I will substitute the word passion, right? But I feed that, okay? That's what I feed. I prioritize being enthusiastic about whatever drudgery I need to go through during the day, okay? I like stay local. You know what I mean? Yeah, throw it in the chat there, Dether, right? That's what I prioritize. I don't prioritize money. I don't prioritize like social commitment or whatever. I prioritize like being excited about my drudgery, right? And it doesn't mean being excited about like the good shit, like finding a way to be excited about the drudgery, okay? Because no matter what you're doing, right? If you're a famous movie star or if you're like a senator or if you're a bartender, every job, or if you're a YouTuber, every job has the good shit you like, oh, this is what I love about it. But then they all have something where you're like, dude, I fucking hate this part of the job. And like, I think the key to life is finding a way to get enthusiastic about the part of the job that you hate. That if you can figure that out, you're winning, right? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, you know, it's like that's where the magic lies. Can you get enthusiastic about the shit that you hate about the job? Right? Does that make sense? You know? I don't know. I think that's a good angle. Finding your inner algorithm, that's a really interesting way of putting it. You know? You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes, you know, you just fake it till you make it. That works too. Right? It definitely makes the job easier. I mean, because guys, like the it is like, you know, I think that, is it natural, or am I consciously having to find that enthusiasm? So I think like I don't manufacture enthusiasm, because if you manufacture it, it doesn't read right. Like you can't really fake enthusiasm. I think you have to discover it. Okay. So what it is I am not always enthusiastic, but I am always looking for something to be enthusiastic about. Right? Does that make sense? So I don't know if that, like, I am always looking for something to be excited about. Okay? And so I don't know if that helps. I'm looking. So I'm a seeker, right? I'm a seeker. And so if there's nothing, if I find everything in my life boring, then I go and do something way outside my wheelhouse. And I'm like, if everything I eat is not exciting me, I will go buy all new food that I've never eaten before, and I will just eat brand new shit. You know what I'm saying? Until I'm enthusiastic about something, right? Like I said, and sometimes though it's just commitments, right? Like I told you, when I was creatively unsatisfied and I didn't know what to do, I was kind of like in between film school and I wanted to be an actor, but I didn't know what to do. So I said, okay, I do like photography, and I like, you know, keeping a journal. I see the value of keeping a journal. So I was like, for 1 year, I'm going to take a picture every day, and I'm going to color it with a photo app, and I'm going to post it on my Instagram with a thought. And I'm going to commit to that every day. And so even when the day where I'm like, fuck, I don't even know what I want to do, I have nothing to do, I would fucking take a picture of whatever, or just grab a picture out of my thing, color it, and say, I don't even know what I'm thinking about today. This whole world is fucking bullshit. Fuck this shit. And I would post it on Instagram. But I was seeking creative satisfaction. And so I committed to like a daily act of seeking. So when I would put that photograph down and I would look at it and I would color it and I would try to make it look good, and then in my effort to make the photograph look good, it would trigger something in me emotionally. And then I would like think about, how am I feeling today? What am I feeling today? What am I looking for today? Did I have a good day? Did I have a bad day? And I would just start like writing about it and write. And then like, you know, like I would do that every day. So every day I was seeking some sort of creative inspiration. And some days I would get very inspired and have these days that were just transformative. And some days it felt like I was going through the motion and this was all complete and total bullshit. But it didn't matter. I did the work, the seeking every day. But the seeking wasn't like sitting there waiting for something to come to me. The seeking was jumping out of the bowl, taking the action. Oh, this photo sucks. It's not pretty. It doesn't look good. I'm not a good photographer. Doesn't matter. Tweak it, write about it, post it. Boom. Imperfect action. And then, you know, get excited that I did my day's seeking. And then, right? And so like there is something to say for like scheduling your thing. So you could say, if somebody came to me and said, my life is humdrum and I feel like my life is shitty and I feel like uninspired and I don't know what to do with my life, what I would advise them to do would be to say, is there any type of interest you have in creativity? And they might say, well, you know what? I like to draw. And I would be like, okay, so what you're going to do is for 1 year, commit to like taking, you know, 5 minutes or an hour, whatever you can spare that day. And every day you wake up and just draw a picture. You could decide to draw the same picture every day for a year. You could decide to draw a still life. You could mix it up. You could have a free form, but you do like to draw. It relaxes you a little bit. So for 1 year, like draw a picture and then write a little bit about like how you feel about the picture you draw or whatever you're scared of that day. And if you engage in a creative activity, no matter how slight, right, where you're seeking, like creativity is seeking. Creativity is like putting some type of self-expression out into the world, and then the world responds to it. You know, you see it after you draw it and you're like, wow, that's really good. Or wow, that's fucking dog shit. There's like, right? Even if it's only you seeing it, you're having a thought about it and then you could write about it. But like, I think like engaging in some type of creative activity or some type of seeking activity, if you do that for like a year, it's going to change you, right? You could go to, you know, a Codependence Anonymous meeting for a year or like every week, or you could meditate every day for a year, you know, even if it was for like 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like that, but that's like my idea of seeking. And that's always worked for me. And I think it's actually good. I think we in our society, we don't like value seeking. We value production of money and wealth and cars and houses and financial stability. And then we value recreation to forget about the cost of accruing all that wealth. But we don't do a lot of seeking, which is like, what does your soul want? What can you make today that is from your artistic expression, right? You know what I mean? In fact, we sort of even, a lot of families grow up telling people that like doing things like drawing or painting or playing music or acting or whatever, that all of that is like a big waste of time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, but I think like, you know, I don't know. I posted what I drew, you'd lose your Blue Sky account. All right, don't do that. But you know, I don't know. I don't know if any of this helps you. I mean, you know, this is a very weird stream. I know we've been going on a lot of tangents. And I feel like I'm just answering questions but like I value like the seeking and it always looks different, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like one of the things that I've been sort of obsessing about lately is I've been reading about Edie Sedgwick. Okay. And I've been reading about Andy Warhol and I've been I don't know why, right? I just have had a sudden interest of like Edie Sedgwick. And so I have a couple browser windows open and I like read about her and I read about like how magical she was. And I read about like the suffering she went through and the tragedy in her life. And I just sit with it, right? You know what I'm saying? I just like sit with it and you know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know. And I don't know why I'm doing that, right? I don't know. I just find it really interesting. Or what was I doing the other day? Oh, you know what I was doing the other day is I was reading about like Puerto Rico and the sugarcane because of Bad Bunny, and I made a Bad Bunny video. And so then I was like, God, I don't know anything about Puerto Rico. And so I started reading about Puerto Rico and about sugarcane and about the piracy. And I was looking up all the islands. And then I read about Christopher Columbus and I read about the debates of what islands he may have landed at. And then I looked at where Epstein Island is in that same place. And I got really intrigued. Like I never really knew where the Bahamas were or the Cayman Islands. And so I started looking at like the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles. And well, what is the definition of West Indies? And I went on this crazy rabbit hole And like, this was while I was supposed to be editing. Okay. And so all night, instead of editing, I fucking read about the islands and I didn't stress out about it. And then I put together a video, right? And I put it out right as the Super Bowl was starting. And then that video got like 40,000 views in 1 hour, even though I spent all of my night not editing, right? I spent my entire night not editing, reading about Columbus and Puerto Rico and the islands, right? Because I'd made a video about Bad Bunny, and then I made a video in like a couple of hours and just haphazardly like threw it together, and it fucking was my most successful video of the last 2 months, right? And so like, that's the thing. Like, if I hadn't done all that seeking, and if I had stressed out about, oh shit, if I had stressed out about spending all night reading about the DR and the Greater and Lesser Antilles and shit, maybe I wouldn't have made that video. I would have spent all day like, oh fuck, I'm not even gonna make a video, right? And like tonight, look at what I did. Like tonight, I fucking started stream late so I could make a video that's currently a 10 of 10. It's a bottom feeding video, but I made it, I put it out, and here we're not even talking about politics. We have like not a very high average viewership. Like lately it's been like 800 people. Now there's only 400. Not a good viewership by numbers, but we're talking about a bunch of shit that's random and I don't know. But like, dude, I may like, I don't know, I may have some magical experience tomorrow because of this. Or maybe one of you will. Maybe one of you will fucking have this amazing day because we sat here and talked about seeking and money and like, you know what I mean? Dude, ML, let's go. Oh, rage quit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. 400 people at 3 a.m. Not too shabby. Indeed. Dude, it is. It is self-help night though. But dude, Jenny and I though, we had a stressful day. Dude, we did. Like today, dude, yesterday and today were just kind of stressful. You know what I mean? Like just, like learning how to be empty nesters, right? Like I've never been an empty nester. And so I'm not good at it yet. I'm not good at it. And like, so today was a little stressful. We spent much of our day being triggered, and then I didn't get any work done. And then that's why I started stream late, because I had to get that video done. I had to get my work done. You needed that reminder that no action is no action. An imperfect action is still an action. It's true. I'm telling you guys, you know what I'm saying? Like the imperfect action is like, I think is really important. Right. And like, dude, 45 and no kids here. Nice and quiet. Do you have kids, Daniel? Right. Sorry to hear you had a stressful day. Has been stressful in general the past few days. Some in the air. Yeah. I mean, dude, we're going through a lot, dude. We're a lot. Put that in your title, self-help. You're an empty nester 3 years in. Oh, nice. Learning to let her be her. Yeah, no, dude, it's crazy. It's that part. See, the thing that's really hard, the thing that's hard for me with parenting is like, if I try too hard to give somebody a pep talk, I end up making them feel like shit. Okay. That's what's hard, right? If I try to help somebody, if I try to give them a pep talk, they usually end up feeling like shit, bro. I'm not even joking. Dude, it's a dangerous territory for me. I have to be very careful when like giving someone a pep talk. Because in the process of giving people pep talks, I normally make them feel like shit, but it doesn't happen here on the stream. I mean, I'm not really giving you guys a pep talk, but you don't give advice anymore because they don't listen anyway. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, no unsolicited advice. That's actually a good thing. I mean, I do often ask permission if I'm going to give advice, right? But it's hard. It's hard. Like, I obviously from a parenting, it's hard when your kid is sad. Okay. If your kid is sad, it's real hard to let your kid be sad and like just not intervene, right? That's a challenge. And you know what I mean? That is like really, that's always the complicated thing. You know what I'm saying? Seen me do that to subs a few times on here. Yeah. I don't know. Do what to subs. Right? Good night, Eddie. Take care, boss. Dude, see, it's like on here though, this is like different. Like we're communicating, but it's different because we're not like, I don't know. We're not facially communicating. Favorite saying to your son who's now 22, I'm not the fucking enemy. Headbutt, but he's good now. He's got a girlfriend. That's funny. Let's go. You know what I mean? I mean, dude, it's like, you know, like I think in general, seeing people, right? In general, seeing people be sad can be very difficult, right? You know what I mean? It's like just all of us, and you know, it's not even with just your kids, right? If Jenny is sad, it's hard for me to be around her being sad. It is hard for me to do that without me wanting to help her ease her sadness. But if she's sad and I help her ease her sadness, I will often just make it worse. And then we'll both be sad. And then, right? You know what I mean? And I mean, that's really, really complicated because I think we as human beings, we're helping them not be sad, not to help them. It's actually a selfish behavior where when we're around sad people, it makes us uncomfortable. So we try to make our discomfort go away by helping elevate their mood. If we make them happy, then we don't have to deal with the discomfort of being in the proximity of sadness. Okay? And right? And that's what is very, very complicated, guys, is like, that's about us and not them. And that is, I don't know if you guys like realize that that's like the boundary issues we have with loved ones can be very, very complicated. And this is something that Jenny and I spend a lot of time and you know, we have spent a lot of time focusing on that stuff about, you know, like allowing, right? It's about allowing, you know, allowing, right? Like allowing. I think allowing is a good word. You know what I mean? I mean, think about this. Think about what we're talking about here with like TPUSA. Okay? About this shit. Kid Rock and TPUSA. Okay? Is TPUSA and those evangelical like Heritage Foundation Christians, they don't allow, you know what I mean? They don't allow. They're like, oh, there's gay people, there's trans people. Oh, there's a gay kiss on Netflix. Oh, can't allow that. We gotta start changing society. Society's doing things we disagree with. Can't allow that, right? And like you get into fucking crazy territory when you start not allowing, you know? Does that make sense? Like, I swear to you, it's like, you know what I mean? I mean, have you seen this? Look at this shit, guys. The people have spoken. These guys, look at this. They're hawking a Twitter poll about Kid Rock better than Bad Bunny. Dude, a Twitter poll. You know what I'm saying? You know? Yeah, Talia, I hear you. You say you're a hardcore empath? And so, yeah, if you're a hardcore empath, your struggle is probably codependence, right? You feel everything. You know what I mean? And like, oh, you might feel the things people around you before they even know they feel it, right? That's what I've noticed with empaths, is empaths will detect their people in their proximities instability before the people do. And that's really complicated. Like, because then you might preemptively be trying to rescue them, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? They haven't even encountered their like emotional shit yet, right? I don't know if that happens to you. That happens to me and Jenny all the time, because Jenny is like wildly empathic. So she will like be, you know, she's like Minority Report and shit. You know what I'm saying? She's already detailing the crime before it's even been committed. Dude, but look at this shit. All right, we're switching now. We're going to politics. You ready? She does. Oh, yeah, you have to struggle. Well, you know what she has to struggle with is she has to struggle with people. If you're an empath, like predators will come and dump their shit into you. And so that's what you need to guard against. You need to learn to be able to be around that energy without taking it on, because people that are energy dumpers look for empathic people, and they go and they leave all their toxic shit with them. And then they're like, smell ya. And then they disappear and they leave you wanting. And then they show up again when they want to dump some more. And so, you know, and if you're in a relationship, even with somebody you love, you guys may engage in that. Like me and Jenny do that sometimes, where we dump into each other and we have to like, whoa, why are we dumping? What's going on? What's going on with us? And we may spend a day or two like riding out some being triggered and figuring out why we're dumping. Right? Dude, it's just, you know, because we're both really sensitive, creative people. But dude, look at this. Dude, this is where we're at, guys. Okay, we're at where they are now hawking a TMZ Twitter poll as proof that Kid Rock was better than Bad Bunny, and somehow the MAGA Christians are like controlling our fucking society. Ain't no way. Okay? I mean, guys, let's be honest. Okay? You can say you like the Christians and you like Kid Rock because he was doing Christian and they were talking about Jesus, and you're comfortable with that. But there is no way you can look at the production value of what Bad Bunny did at the Super Bowl live in front of 70,000 people, a 20-minute show with 200 people in unison telling this story about Puerto Rico and love and life and the experience of being Puerto Rican in America and the Americas and what it means in this age of ICE and Trumpism, and to put all that together live in front of 135 million people and in front of 70,000 people in the stadium where you only get one take. And you cannot tell me that the motherfuckers who fucking filmed a pre-recorded thing and lip-synced in a club with some moving lights and 100 people there, that they fucking bust in and then they pre-recorded it and edited it to make it look nice and they put it on YouTube, and you're telling me that fucking polished turd on YouTube was better than what Bad Bunny did? You're a fucking liar. Okay? If you look at those two things and you try to tell me that the Kid Rock, the All-American Show, was a better, like more creative, more well put together show than what Bad Bunny did, you are a fucking liar. You are not being honest. You can say that it was comfortable for you because it was Jesus and it was your MAGA people and it was representing your white Christianity, and so you liked it more, but you can't say it was fucking better done. Okay? There's no fucking way you can say it was better done, because what Bad Bunny pulled off was like watching somebody like run a marathon faster than any human being ever did it before. It was like watching one of those crazy obstacle courses where the guy did it perfectly and 5 minutes faster than any human being ever did before. And it was like a statement on what like we're all going through right now. And it was like performed under duress, with him knowing that these other people were trashing him, and that there's masked people looking for him on the street, and they would send him to 𝗙ecie, and they would put him in prison for having committed no crime, just for being a brown-skinned American citizen, and he went out there under that, and he danced and sang and bared his soul seeking a better world. And he did it like with inspiring amount of perfection, and hundreds of other people that were perfect around him. And many of them were imperfect, but they fucking did it, and they executed it, and they did it live. And it was like, my jaw was on the ground while I watched them do it. And I didn't even understand a goddamn word he said. And yet I feel like a better human being for having witnessed that. And like, if you think that you could watch that bullshit Kid Rock thing where it was a bunch of country singers talking about Jesus and doing the same shit they do every single week, but just doing it in a warehouse with some nice lights and then pre-recording this so it's perfect and editing it to make it look cool. If you think that's the same thing, you're lying. You're lying. These people are lying. Okay? They're lying. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They're lying. Yeah, a TMZ poll. Isn't that nuts? Dude, right? Dude, you know, like I'll be honest. You ready for this? After watching Kid Rock like do a bad lip sync on a pre-recorded thing, I don't think Kid Rock could go out in front of 70,000 people and execute a 20-minute fucking like choreographed program. I don't think he could actually even do it, dude. I don't think he could do it. I think he would forget words, fuck up, lose his place. I honestly don't think he could do it, dude. I don't. I think he couldn't even lip sync well in a pre-recorded fucking performance, bro. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Yeah. Dude, and he was talking about Jesus. Like, really? I don't believe he loves Jesus. Okay? I don't believe Kid Rock has turned his life over to Jesus. You know why? Because I think if Kid Rock had really turned his life over to Jesus, he would have a problem with Donald Trump. Okay? He would have a problem with Trump grabbing him by the pussy. He would have a problem with Trump, like, you know, putting 5-year-olds in a fucking concentration camp and thinking he's doing it for the betterment of society. He would have a problem taking $290 million from Elon Musk and not, like, you know, ending homelessness as a result, or, you know what I mean? Like, right? Can we just call him Bob Ritchie? Yes, we can. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe that he believes in Jesus. Right? I don't. I didn't even watch his thing where he talked about it, but I don't believe he does. I think people that really believe in Jesus, they are not going to align themselves with Donald Trump. There's no way. If you align yourself with Donald Trump, you worship power, okay? Or money, but you do not worship Jesus, okay? You know what I'm saying? You don't. You do not. If you worship Jesus, you are not hanging out with, you know, Conor McGregor, okay? Or Andrew Tate or Benjamin Netanyahu, right? If you believe in Jesus, you are not going to go hang out with Benjamin Netanyahu. That guy is a stone cold murderer, like Christopher Columbus style marauder, land stealer, conniver, like child killer. Okay? If you are helping him or liking him or like hanging out with him, if he's your buddy, you don't believe in Jesus. You do not believe in any type of benevolent, loving deity. Right? There's no way, bro. Like, I mean, you cannot convince me otherwise. Okay, these people, they are, I don't know if they're demons or like what, but they are like, you know, like, and now look at this though. Dude, see, I can't comment on 𝗙𝗪𝗔𝗶𝗃 because 𝗙𝗪𝗔𝗃, like all these, they blocked me, right? So I can't comment. But if I could comment, I would be like, really? This is how far you've fallen, that you are now supporting your social movement via a TMZ Twitter poll? Like, really? Like, okay, you keep doing that. We'll see you in November. Like, you're not going to win an election with this fucking Twitter poll, bro. Right? I mean, I think I even said that earlier today to somebody. Let me find it. Where I said right here, dude, when they're saying, look at this. He's saying the NFL will never recover after betraying their audience. They tried to force Americans to watch Bad Bunny, who hated this country and refused to speak English. He said the people rejected it. 135 million people love that shit. 𝗙PUSA broke a record for the #1 entertainment stream on YouTube, right? And like, all right, good for you. But like, what do you think? The NFL's going out of business? And look at what I said, dude. I said, you guys have such inflated egos. I'm like, dude, we're going to kick the shit out of you in November. And then we're going to investigate 𝗙PUSA. Like, okay, you guys brought down the NFL. All right, let's see about that. Dude, isn't that crazy? Like, how arrogant are these guys? Right? And it says we are winning. Like, but are they trying to convince people that they just they beat the NFL? They are winning? I'm like, dude, let's see what happens in November. Right? Right? Dude, what are they doing? You know, the NFL will never recover. Like that is some hyperbole, guys. Like they literally just had the biggest fucking, like, you know what I'm saying? They had the biggest halftime show ever in the history of the NFL. Bad Bunny's been like the #1 streamed guy on fucking Spotify like every day since the year rang in, right? And like, this is fucking crazy. But now look at this. You remember, guys? You remember Melania? Okay? You remember how they kept saying like, ooh, like Melania's movie? Remember how Melania's movie last week was like the #1 documentary in the last 10 years? Okay, do you remember that? I don't know if you remember, but it was real similar to this. Oh, haters gonna hate. But Melania had the most successful documentary in the last decade. Remember all those posts? Okay, all those fucking posts. Well, look at this. Look at Melania's number. Okay, look at this. They had a day, and then it went down 20%. Then it went down 13%. Then it went down 50%. Then it went up 25%. Then it went down 27, down 16, plus 16, plus 20, then down 55. But if you go from the week, it's been down 70 from the first week, 54, 76. So it's like 70% down. And look at this. They expanded the theaters, okay? And they went from 1,600 a theater to a week later, 400 a theater. So they went down 75%, bro, in 1 week, dude. That is like, right? Which means like this was like they were just buying a bunch of tickets. This was fake, bro. Right? And like, dude, but like, this is what these guys do, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what these guys do. Right? This is what they fucking do, like over and over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, it is what they do constantly. You know, You know what I'm saying? It is like a constant, guys. It is like a constant, like fakeness. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It is like a constant fakeness. Isn't that crazy? Like, I mean, but now I think we all knew this was coming. I mean, don't you? I feel like I said, let's see what happens next week. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I actually said it on Twitter. I know we talked about it, but let me see what if I said it on Twitter. Let's look up next week. Okay? And look at this. Dude, right here. Somebody says Melania's doc 8 million, best for a documentary in 10 years. Congrats. Right? Blah, blah. And I said, Taylor Swift says, quit fucking lying about Melania's dog shit movie that will be dead in the water next week, is what I said. All right. I said, because it's fake, let me see. What will not be surprising, it will be how next week will be near zero. A slight cultish draw this weekend and then to the base. Right? So, surprise 8 million opening. All right, so I did call it out. I'm like, dude, next week, this is going to be a problem. And sure enough, here we are, guys. Next week. Dude. Like, isn't that crazy? I mean, it is such a huge drop, dude. But like, bro, the NFL will never recover. I mean, think about how arrogant this is. Let's look at what Andrew Colvett says here.
So honored to have you. I consider you to be the absolute top expert in the streaming space. I want you to give us your unfiltered, unadulterated version of what just took place last night.
Well, thank you, Andrew, and huge congratulations, obviously, to the entire Turning Point family. You broke the streaming record of the most streamed entertainment performance in the history of YouTube.
Now, I believe they were number 2, okay? But like now they were the number 2, but now they're saying they broke the record, right? You know what I'm saying?
So that's monstrous. The world will never be the same after this. I don't think that there will ever be another NFL halftime show that is ever seen the same way. I think the NFL has so disgraced their core constituency, their customers. They've spit in the face of legacy Americans.
Dude, what is he talking about? I don't think the NFL halftime will ever be the same. Like, literally, like, what does that mean? That means there's going to be no NFL halftime, or like, like, what does that even mean? And dude, it's like so crazy though, because you know, this is the thing. I know we're coming full circle to the discussion we had about religion, but the thing is their constituency, the people they're making this content for, who are Christians that are white, that feel like the woke people have harmed them. They've inundated them with sex and drugs and transgender for everyone and gay kisses on Netflix and Miss Rachel saying don't blow up Palestinian children and all this shit that bothers them. They want to believe that they are now have taken back control and are going to make all the wokies suffer and pay, and like they're gonna make us all have gnashing teeth or something, right? And like, dude, what are they like? What are they doing? What do they think? Is the NFL? There's not gonna be an NFL season. There's gonna be no halftime next year. I mean, dude, you realize the NFL, like, it was like $8 million this year for a 30-second commercial. 8 million per commercial. Okay? How many fucking commercials were there? Dude, that's a lot of money. the NFL made. The NFL, I saw them saying like advertisers are worried. What are they worried about? They paid $8 million. They got seen by 100 million fucking people or 70 million people. Like the advertisers were like, and they got a Super Bowl commercial that maybe will get talked about for the next couple of months. But like, what do they think? They think the commercials are going to be free next year? You think they're not going to have people lining up to buy a Super Bowl commercial, that everybody's instead going to want to be part of TPUSA's fucking YouTube, pre-recorded YouTube stream? Right? You know what I mean? Like what fucking delusional world do these people look at? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, literally, I feel like Mr. Beast outperforms these guys with every single video. You know, they had one video, and the only reason they had a video like do well was because they were like mooching off the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Right? Ideology doesn't affect advertisers. Yeah, they don't fucking care. They need to reach eyeballs, dude. And right? You know what I'm saying? No Beast. Dude, I don't watch Mr. Beast. I don't like his content. I think he's like an empty vessel. But like for them to act like they're the biggest, these guys are like, you know, have somehow changed the world with their little fucking Kid Rock thing. And then they're hawking a fucking a TMZ Twitter poll as like proof. Like, really? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's just it, guys. I think if anything, the NFL, like, dude, everybody's talking about Bad Bunny. I think they're talking about Bad Bunny more because these guys did their stupid YouTube channel. Don't you? Don't you think that, like, because the thing is you ready? Let me clear up. I want to clear something up right now. Okay? You ready? So every human being that did have the TPUSA halftime special, whether they had it on a TV or whether they had it on a phone or whether they had it on a laptop, you ready? Everyone that watched the TPUSA thing was watching the NFL one too. And I believe that if they had the TPUSA thing on the TV, they were watching the NFL on their phone. And they were tweeting about how great the TPUSA won, but there was not a single person that turned off the halftime show of Bad Bunny and solely just watched the TPUSA one for 35 minutes. There is not a single person, except maybe Erica Kirk. Donald Trump didn't even do that. Trump did not watch the TPUSA horse shit, bro. Okay? Trump watched Bad Bunny. Okay? And we saw it. We saw his meltdown. He melted down over it. Because Bad Bunny was the draw. The Super Bowl was the draw. And these guys were not the draw. And it is like so wildly arrogant. It is so wildly arrogant of these guys to think that they have somehow like, dude, and look at this. Can you see, like, you see that it still says the Charlie Kirk Show? Like, Andrew Colvett of TPUSA is sitting on a TV show that says the Charlie Kirk Show. They don't even have their own show, dude. They're literally like doing the show of a dead guy, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are they going to do with that, bro? Like, how long? I mean, 20 years from now, like, nobody's going to give a fuck about Charlie Kirk, bro. Right? Like people don't, I think a lot of people, I don't think new people now are like, oh, I need to learn about the legacy of Charlie Kirk. I think the people who knew him and were affected by what happened to him are, of course, they're going to be doing that. But like 2 years from now, like the young people are going to wonder who Charlie Kirk is the same way that they wonder who Frank Sinatra is. Okay? That like, you know, it will have simply been this thing where they don't like Frank who? You know what I mean? Like, dude, I will sometimes say like Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins, and young people will be like, who the fuck is that? And they were like one of the biggest bands of the 90s, right? There are people already that are like, who is Kurt Cobain, right? Never heard of him, right? You know what I mean? Dude, and I mean, but like, they're like, now they think they brought down the NFL and like, I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, dude, all right, let's see the rest of Benny here, dude.
In 32 years, Andrew, since they had a country act at the NFL, it's been since 1994.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And so the NFL has made this decision to systematically erase American culture from the National Football League.
Dude, oh, is that their demand? I'm looking at this as like a demand. So their demand is we need to have a country act. There must be a country act in the NFL halftime show. NFL, give us a country act. Or, dude, what if they gave him Garth Brooks? Dude, they'll pick the woke country guy, right? They'll be like, congratulations, we're going to have a star-studded country band of Garth Brooks and Taylor Swift returning to her country roots. Dude, that would be the funniest thing, dude. Roger Goodell, if you're watching, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing here, boss. Oh, my God. Bro, that is like, that's what it is. Oh, they haven't had a country act since 1994. All right, Benny, hold on. Here we go.
At the NFL, it's been since 1994.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And so the NFL has made this decision to systematically erase American culture from the National Football League. And I think it's critically important because we've seen the way that this is all gone, whether it's Cracker Barrel or whether it's Bud Light, there is this brain virus that says, I'm going to betray my core audience.
All right, hold on, because he mentioned Bud Light. Okay, can we though? You ready? Hold on. Because guys, he mentioned Bud Light. Like Bud Light is their big victory. Remember? They chased out Bud Light. They made it so there was no Bud Light. Right? But look, guys, look at this. You ready? Let's find the image. Hold on. We do need to look at something here, right? Look at this. Oh, wait, that's a cropped one. Let's get it. Look at this. What do you see right here, guys? Remember the sign? The only thing more powerful than hate is love. What was right next to it? Was a Bud Light sign. So, like, what did they really do to Bud Light? Right? He's like, oh, it's going to be like Bud Light. You mess with us. And now they're still like hating on Bud Light. But like, dude, every time there's a UFC fight, it says Bud Light on the ring. It says Bud Light on the UFC fighters. Dude, Bud Light is everywhere. They have like, you know what I mean? Like they haven't done anything. They hate Bud Light because Bud Light gave Dylan Mulvaney, a transgender woman, some money. And then they systematically have been raging at Bud Light for like 3 years. But like now, Bud Light is still kicking and is still like in the NFL and is still in the UFC and is still like people are buying Bud Light. Best thing for the brain breakfast. Let's go. But like my point is like, what is Benny? You know what I'm saying? Like, does Benny? It's like I'm baffled. Because Benny appears to think that they've like, oh, we did it to Bud Light. Now we're going to do it to the NFL. But like, bro, like, look at that shit, boss. I mean, Look at that, dude. That's a huge Bud Light sign, bro. Right? That is a massive Bud Light sign, dude. Like, do they know? Right? Are they aware that, like, right? Are they aware that like Bud Light is still fucking kicking? Like, you know? I mean, dude, like Bud Light is really not, they have not been shut down, bro. They have, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And I know they thought, oh, transgender, like Trump, whatever's doing some transgender shit. But, like, dude, the crazy thing is like, there's a transgender woman in Congress, Sarah McBride. So, like, dude, there's like a transgender woman got elected to government. Like, I don't know. I think like transgender people aren't going to cease to exist because they fucking punish Bud Light. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, Sarah is cool, but isn't that wild? But, like, all right, here we go.
Systematically erase American culture from the National Football League. And I think it's critically important because we've seen the way that this is all gone, whether it's Cracker Barrel or whether it's Bud Light. There is this brain virus that says, I'm going to betray my core audience in order to find the mythical, woke, progressive, queer, transgender, identifies as a cat, pees in a kitty litter box style audience. And they're going to be my new customers.
But, dude, Benny, what the fuck did you just describe? Like, what was that? A like, mythical, progressive, gay, trans, whatever, yada, blah, blah, identifies as a cat, litter box using. Like, really? You know what, Benny, I'm sorry, you're going to have to find me one of these guys. He just reeled off, yes, every buzzword that these freaks throw around, dude. Like, every single buzzword possible got reeled off. Like, dude, I want to listen to that again. You ready? Let's go back again. Here we go.
And since 1994.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And so the NFL has made this decision to systematically erase American culture from the National Football League.
Hold on. I want to write these down, guys. Hold on. We're going to create a new one. I'm going to create a text box over here because I want to write this down. Okay, I want to get what he says.
And I think it's critically important because we've seen the way that this is all gone, whether it's Cracker Barrel or whether it's Bud Light. There is this brain virus that says, I'm going to betray.
That's probably the woke mind virus, right? The brain virus.
My core audience in order to find the mythical, woke, progressive.
All right, the mythical woke progressive. The mythical woke progressive. All right.
Queer, transgender, identifies as a cat.
Queer, transgender, identifies as a cat.
Pees in a kitty litter box style audience. And they're
pees in a kitty litter box style audience. Okay. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, dude, the mythical woke progressive queer transgender identifies as a cat pees in a kitty litter box style audience. Like, whoa. All right. Dude, yeah. Like, who is that? Dude, first off, I mean, I know like a couple of transgender people. I mean, I probably know or communicate with more transgender people than a lot of people do because I'm a public figure that has created a safe space. So I interact with transgender people more than your average person, right? Like I would say that most of my family that lives in Wisconsin, they have never met or spoken to a transgender person. Okay? So like to think that of the 70,000 people in that stadium, I don't think there were a lot of transgender people in that stadium. There certainly were some, but like that the fact that there's a mythical woke progressive queer transgender, like there's not a lot of like transgender people, and there's not a lot of queer transgender people. That's going to be even a smaller subset. And like I don't know a single person who identifies as a cat. I have never known a person who identifies as a cat, and I have never known a person that knew a person that identified as a cat ever, right? And I certainly don't know anyone who has peed in a kitty litter box unless they were doing it ironically and in order to create some type of content to drive people like Benny Johnson wild. But bro, yeah, dude, what Arch said, there were more people whose names were in the Epstein files that were at the Super Bowl than people who were transgender. I would bet my life on that. Okay? And you know, I will say this too. I have never, you ready for this? I have not once have I been fucked over by a transgender person. Ever. I have yet to be fucked over by a transgender person in any fucking way, shape, or form. I have never been emotionally or physically hurt by a transgender person. I have been savagely brutalized by white Christian men, okay? And in particular, a couple of them that like fucking abused me when I was a child. And I have been financially taken advantage of by white Christian men. Like, I mean, most people who have fucked me over in a extraordinary way or fucked over anybody I've known in my orbit have been white Christian men. Now, I'm not saying all white Christian men are bad. I'm just saying everybody who's fucked me over really bad has been a white Christian man. Okay? So, right? You know what I mean? So that's a little weird. Right? The mythical, woke, progressive, queer, transgender identifies as a cat, pees in a kitty litter box style audience. Dude, I like, here's the thing I have about Benny. Okay? Does Benny not realize that a large portion of Bad Bunny's audience are Hispanic men? And a lot of those Hispanic men are devout Catholics? And a lot of them are actually socially conservative, that like all of Bad Bunny's audience, I think most of Bad Bunny's audience, much of his audience are conservative Hispanic South American men that don't identify as a cat and would never pee in a litter box. You know what I mean? Like, dude, who does he think listens to Bad Bunny, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that weird? A lot of them vote Republican. A lot of Bad Bunny's audience votes Republican. Like, I think a fair amount of Hispanic people in America vote Republican because of their Catholicism. I mean, I know they keep saying that all these South American people come up here and they automatically vote for Democrats, but like, dude, that's not true, man. Like, most of the South American men I have known in my lifetime have not been Democrats. Okay? It's true. Some of them have, but most of them have not been Democrats. Now, they might be about to become Democrats now after watching ICE, right? I mean, now I think there's about to be a sea change, bro. That there's about to be a whole bunch of dudes who are like, I hate them Democrats, but you know what I hate more is a mask guy putting a fucking gun to my head and sending me to El Salvador when all I did was show up to pick up my kids at school. right? Like, dude, you know, I think there might be something, right? Algid says, people like Benny are so entrenched in whiteness and racism that they don't know or care about others, not like them, or despise those who are different than their whiteness. Yeah, see, this is crazy because Benny, like, if you look at this, like, Benny seems to, this whole thing is really about like a hatred of transgender people. Doesn't it seem like this? The mythical woke progressive? I mean, because like queer, transgender, identifies as a cat, like that feels like it's also a zing at transgender people. Like, nope, the men are still voting Republicans. You think? I mean, dude, maybe they are because they're like insulated or something. But like, dude, this is crazy. Like this doesn't exist. All right, let's see where he goes with this. Hold on, I want to hear it one more time.
Important because we've seen the way that this is all gone, whether it's Cracker Barrel or whether it's Bud Light. There is this brain virus that says I'm going to betray my core audience in order to find the mythical woke progressive queer transgender identifies as a cat, pees in a kitty litter box style audience, and they're going to be my new customers. And that audience doesn't exist. The modern audience doesn't exist. And all of these companies that have tried this, they've failed miserably, but the NFL is trying it on the biggest stage, the biggest performance on our National Football League. Now, national, what nation? America.
On your National Football League. Our? I hate to break it to you, Benny. That's my National Football League, too. And in fact, Benny, I'm a season ticket holder. So are you a season ticket holder, Benny? Do you own a, like, season ticket seat license at an NFL stadium? Like, right? Dude, what is he even talking about? His NFL? Like, bro, I have NFL Plus, like NFL whatever, Game Pass. So I have the thing where you can watch all the old NFL games. I'm a season ticket holder and have been for more than a decade, like 15 years. I travel and go to NFL games and spend money in Vegas, you know, at casinos and hotel rooms and restaurants and fucking plane tickets and all that shit. I didn't do it this year because I was waiting for my channel, like getting my channel on. But the point being is like, who does he think? Does he think like all he does is turn the TV on fucking February for 3 hours and he thinks he owns the NFL, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, look at what Misfire said. NFL is on when I'm sleeping. I never watched a game in Europe. The first thing I did was watch the halftime show on YouTube, right? Dude, and like, yeah, dude, Bad Bunny is arguably the most successful music artist of the last like 5 years, bro. Like, dude, what does he think, bro? It's his NFL.
Miserably, but the NFL is trying it on the biggest stage, the biggest performance on our National Football League. Now, national, what nation? America. It is the American sport, football. Baseball is played around the world. Basketball is played around the world. Soccer is played around the world. There's a World Cup for that. There's no World Cup for football. This is our thing.
Well, they're starting to play football in Mexico, Benny, and they're starting to play football in the UK, and they are like, the NFL, I think, is going national. They would already be national if it wasn't for the travel time. I think the NFL might start a European league where they might, I could picture this, that maybe at some point they have a European NFL Europe, NFL EU, and then maybe they have the winner of the Super Bowl and the winner of the NFL EU play, and they have, right? You guys have rugby. Yeah, no, but you know what I mean? They could do it, the NFL, if there's enough interest, maybe, right? Canada had the CFL. I mean, the CFL still exists, doesn't it? Doesn't it still exist? But all right, let's hear Benny out here, though.
And so to invite somebody who hates America and won't perform shows here because he's scared that all of his fans or himself is going to be deported by ICE, deport him back to Puerto Rico. It'd be kind of funny. He's still American, right? He has an American passport. But nonetheless, like, he's scared. He said that. He said he's scared of that. He won't speak in English. The entire show was not in English. Not only that, the show couldn't even be viewed from the stands There are clips now coming out of NFL fans going, what the hell is going on here? Everybody watching at home is saying, what the hell is going on here? It is a show that included alpha.
Refresh, guys. You may have to refresh. We had a little, like, OBS timed out for a second there. Yeah. Hit refresh. Had an OBS timeout. I paused it. I paused it. You ready? You ready, guys? We're going to go back because he just got to the debauchery, okay? Now they have an issue, guys, with debauchery. All right, you ready? Here we go. Watch this. Here we go. Dude, yeah, Benny, I think Benny made, like, my ISP had to spit a little Benny out.
Everybody watching at home is saying, what the hell is going on here? It is a show that included debauchery, the kind of stuff that you wouldn't want your kids to see. That included grotesque alphabet propaganda. And that also included subliminal messaging about open borders and lowered the American flag in favor of all foreign flags. That's what they did at the very end. Bad Bunny comes out and says, America isn't actually a place. America is actually a continent. And you've stolen this land. And so we are the ones who are going to be the actual purveyors of what is America. When he says God bless America at the end, he lists off all of the nations he actually thinks is America. And America's not on there. And so this is what the NFL brought into our homes last night. It was every...
Dude, what is... Like, I can't even think about, like, what he is so torqued about. Can we just address some of this real quick? Okay? Yeah, Dab, I know my schedule's all fucked up, but can we address some of this, guys? Because first off, let's say he said debauchery. He said the things you don't want your kids seeing, right? And he said, a bunch of alphabet stuff, which means, like, there were gay people there. There were, like, gay people, men dancing with men. But see, this is weird because we know that Benny is gay, right? If you have no sound, guys, refresh your shit. Sound is on, okay? Just so you know, sound is on. Refresh your shit, okay? Sound is fine. Yep, sound is good. I have sound. You have to refresh your tab, okay? The sound is on. The sound is here. We see it. There is sound. I assure you there is sound. All right. But anyway, so what I was going to say is we know that Benny has alphabet stuff. Like, we know this. Benny engages in alphabet sex. So, but Benny is saying, oh my God, there's alphabet stuff there. You don't want your kids around this. But does Benny think it's okay for his kids to be around tear gas? Is it okay for his kid to be at a grade school and to walk out and see a bunch of masked guys with military grade weapons, like cutting a woman out of the seatbelt in her car and to, like, push her down to the ground screaming and lean on her neck and handcuff her and drag her out of the fucking parking lot of the school? Is it okay for his kids to, they're cool? Like, that's okay for his kids? But, like, if his kids see a gay kiss, they're traumatized? But, like, Benny, what about your kids having a gay dad who's, like, in the closet? How is that affecting your kids? Yeah, being in the closet is, like, that can't be healthy for you. Like, there's no way, like, your kids being around you, right? Being around you, Benny, with you being, like, in the closet like that, your kids are, like, suffering.
Every bit as malicious. It was every bit as woke. It was every bit as derivative and vandalizing as we thought it was going to be.
Vandalizing.
And so what people need in that moment is not just to bitch on Twitter. And this is what we've learned. This is like sort of the Charlie school. This is what started Turning Point USA. Yes, there are a bunch of dirty communists in our education system. Yes, we
Dirty communists. Dude, there are like no communists in the education system. What is he talking about? Dude, my kid just graduated from high school like 2 years ago, okay? There was not one communist in his fucking school, and he went to an art school that was like 80% LGBTQ. And my son is straight, okay? And he did not become gay being in an LGBTQ friendly school, and none of his teachers were communists, not one. Benny just said, hey, NFL, you're the smallest league we got. Why are you trying to catch up to MLB and NBA? I like my tight ends white. Dude, Freddie. Dude, what are they talking about? It's another buzzword, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, isn't he funny? All right, let's see.
We would like to have those communists not indoctrinate our children. We should start something. We have to do something.
Okay.
You have to start something.
Start something.
Go create something, an alternative, hence Turning Point.
Oh.
But this was truly the turning point. Charlie loved football. He loved the NFL. And he loved creating alternatives. That's what America Fest is, right? And this is what Turning Point events are. This is the entire organization. And so this alternative...
Yeah, and like, what has it gotten you, Benny? Amfest. What do you got?
Alternative saved us from the humiliation ritual that was Bad Bunny, and also the humiliation ritual of saying, you can't do anything about it, Chud, which is exactly what they want here.
Dude, Chud, is he talking to himself there? Is Benny the Chud in that statement? I'm slightly confused. Dude, doesn't he sound mad? Like, who pissed in his fucking Cheerios, bro? It's like, is all of this just rage? Benny, are you just raging because you have to hide like your gay lover, or like what is going on? I mean, I don't understand the rage at the NFL. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, simply stated, if you hate Bad Bunny so much and you hate like, oh my God, I can't have my kids watch that. Why don't you just, after the fucking clock runs out, you turn your TV off and you go take your kids outside for a fucking 18-minute walk. And then you come back and you turn your TV on, and then there's no Bad Bunny. And right? You know what I mean? Like, dude, how hard is that? I mean, it's like your Kid Rock thing. I think Kid Rock is dumb. So you know what? I didn't watch it. I still have not listened to any audio from the TPUSA halftime show. I've looked at some silent clips and I've included it in content, but I'm not going to watch their piece of content because it looked fucking boring. And it was a bunch of weird, washed up MAGA people talking about Jesus and performing their little white supremacy facade. But like, dude, I'm not going to watch it on repeat and then just go filled with rage and go out and try to, like, you know, bring down the country music industry because I'm upset that, like, I was forced to watch some boring, meat sweating, like bearded, heavy-set men singing piss poor country music. Dude, you know? And I mean, let's be honest. Dude, the country music, you know why they don't play country music? Okay? You know why they don't play country music at the fucking NFL thing? Because nobody listens to it. Because country music is shit, bro. Right now, modern country is a bunch of guys singing about, like, white supremacy and Confederate flags, and it's become this fringe posturing, like goateed, like Confederate belt buckle MAGA posturing. It's not even real. It's a bunch of guys pretending they're a part of the Confederacy and they're down home and like, don't try that in a small town. And it's all just fake. It's like fake manhood shit from like where's old country? If you roll back to old country in the fucking 70s, dude, in the 60s, they were singing about sex. They were singing about getting hammered. They were singing about alcoholism and fucking, you know, broken hearts. And it was debauchery. And that's when it was popular. But nobody wants to listen to country music songs about Jesus and having kids and being a trad wife, because nobody wants to do that shit. Like, dude, country music, when it was good, was about debauchery. It was about broken hearts and Jack Daniels and getting hammered and ending up in jail. Like, come on, man. Now country music is like, they want to be a Klansman and they want to wear a Confederate. They're mad that the Robert E. Lee statue got taken down. Oh, shit. Dude, nobody wants to fucking listen to that shit, dude. Seriously. Like what? You're going to write a song about how you're crying because they took down the Robert E. Lee statue? Like, bro, right? Like, come on, man. Dude, what is, like, dude, I don't know. I just think that, like, the reason why Bad Bunny's on there is because he is the most successful artist of all time right now. Why? Because he's singing about the shit that we're concerned about. We're concerned about our rights and fascism. And like, we want to be free to have sex how we want, when we want, with consenting adults. And we want guys who have sex with children, like the Epstein people and the people that fund you, Benny. We want those guys to be in jail, bro. You know what I mean? Like, right? Isn't that funny? Like, meanwhile, like, his president is hiding the Epstein grapists, and like, but he wants to talk about Bad Bunny, like grinding his hips and singing about a penis. Like, really? Like, come on, man. Dude. Like, bro, did I see the other singers on what? On the Benny show? Dude. Was like somebody was singing about kissing a fish. Like, dude, right? Yeah, I don't know, dude. This is like, his appeal is weird.
They want us to be helpless and say, no, you are going to accept our Bad Bunny show because it's all you have. You just cry online about it. And by creating the Turning Point halftime show, and by creating what Americans wanted to see, which is a country music act, which is an act that, like, in a room that probably, you know, that you're watching it, you're like, it smells like cigarettes, it smells like a cigar, it smells like bourbon. You can,
dude, wait, hold on. Wait, let's just look at the images here. Dude, hold on. I'm sorry, but dude, this room does not smell like bourbon. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. This room is like glossy and funereal. It looks like a giant penis, really, if you look at it. Tell me that's not a giant penis. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty phallic. And like, you know, there's pictures of, like, remembering a guy who was assassinated. I mean, it feels a little funereal. It looks like an assassination strip club, yes, with a very phallic looking, like, you know, obelisk type stage, right? You know what I mean? I mean, if we're honest, I don't really like, I not to disagree with Benny, but you know, all right, let's see where he goes.
You can hear the banjo playing. It smells like leather. The music is familiar, and it's warm, and it's country, and it's sang by people who have American flags behind them, and they love this country, and they're not being disrespectful of it. It's sung in English, for God's sake.
Dude, have American flags. That's it. So if Bad Bunny puts an American flag behind him, you're going to be cool with it? Dude, you remember when Colin Kaepernick spoke English and silently took a knee with an American flag behind him? And you remember how they ran him out of the NFL Football League? How dare you? Like, I mean, I think they're just never happy, right?
English, do you speak it? It's like listening to Samuel L. Jackson. Like,
by the way, Bad Bunny does speak English. Okay, he does speak English, but it was a bigger statement for him to speak Spanish, right? Because Hispanic people in America are under attack right now, and so he was showing solidarity and you know, like solidarity. And, you know, in Puerto Rico, he's representing the American territory of Puerto Rico, where everybody there speaks English, or Spanish. Their boy made it. So he spoke in the language of his American territory. Of course he did. Like, why not? But like, these are the same people who complain about the black national anthem, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm still up. Yeah, no, I'm up. I started late. Right? These guys. All right.
In the back of my head, the entire, you know, Pulp Fiction, the entire time. And so was everyone.
Wait, let me see.
And it's saying by people who have American flags behind them and they love this country and they're not being disrespectful of it. It's sung in English, for God's sake. English. Do you speak it?
He does.
It's like listening to Samuel L. Jackson, like in the back of my head, the entire, you know, Pulp Fiction, the entire time. And so
now, how can he watch Pulp Fiction though? Like, Pulp Fiction was filled with heroin and sex and white guys saying the N-word and like robbery and abuse and gay activity and grape, right? But like, dude, he's like quoting Pulp Fiction? Like, how if you're upset at Bad Bunny, how the fuck are you quoting Pulp Fiction, bro? Like, Pulp Fiction is 100 times more offensive than Bad Bunny. Let's be honest here, bro. It is a great movie, but it is like the underbelly in every possible way. You know, a lot of murdering, a lot of grape and like brutal sexuality and drugs, you know, but like homie is like he's like, oh yeah, let's talk about Pulp Fiction, but oh, Bad Bunny, like, oh dude, we know, well, I don't know if Benny is a pedo, but I do know that Benny is like having some of that like alphabet sex, as you might say.
Everyone. You know, all the clips and all the videos, like not even the people in the stands there that day, like yesterday, were dancing. Nobody even knew what the hell was going on. This is the biggest miss, this is the biggest FU in corporate history.
Dude, is that true? Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Okay. Dude, I don't know. I see people fucking dancing, grooving. Like, and you notice here, he, as soon as he saw the dancing guy, he like moved the camera over. Like, why didn't he show the dancing guys? Because it says here, completely uninterested in the Bad Bunny halftime show, right? I posted a video prior and some people didn't believe it, but like, dude, there's a guy right next to him who is grooving. Like, and it looks like fucking he's moving and this guy's got his hands up and he's filming it. They're grooving. And then he comes back. Look at this guy with his hand, and this person over here is grooving. But he showed like, he's like, I'm going to show a handful of people that are not really moving, but like, dude, I don't think this is representative of the crowd. And as soon as he saw a guy grooving, he like moved the camera. Let's see if we can find some more evidence. All right, let's see. This is the same guy who's saying, oh, nobody was moving. Let's see here. All right. But look at this. Dude, it looks like a lot of people are fucking grooving. I don't know. I see a lot of movement there. Now, I will say this. You ready? I've never seen white guys, like what we know is the Super Bowl is mostly white guys with money. Let's be honest about most of the Super Bowl. It's expensive to get there. It's like $8,000 a ticket. So some people, it's mostly white people in the Super Bowl crowd. Now, you're not going to see a lot of white people like fucking throwing down, okay? You know what I mean? Like, I've never seen white guys dance like me. I mean, you guys see me dance every night, but I don't see white guys dance like me, okay? That is not really common. Normally, they're pretty fucking stoic. But like, dude, I don't know. It looks like people are fucking bumping. They are hopping. They are grooving. They are hand moving. Like even the white dudes are like fucking cranking it. You get busy? Let's go, Dad. But you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know, dude. Dude, it seems like some of these people are moving. Like, what does he think? If there was country music, they would be like fucking like, oh, fucking Billy Ray Cyrus, like achy breaky, right? Like, dude, I just don't. I don't know. This whole thing is like it feels a little contrived for these guys.
To their fan base, this blows out of the water Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light. The NFL will never recover from this. And the magnitude of the views online and streaming online, making it the #1 most viewed event, is the crystallization of Charlie's vision for Turning Point attacking the culture, which is what the arena that I worked with Charlie on. And Charlie obviously wore many hats and did many things. But what we did and what we built were a video program and a production program in order to put Turning Point into culture, win awards, win Oscars, and to win, to win Emmys.
Yeah, how many Oscars you won there, Benny?
And that was Charlie's mission.
Dude, how many Oscars have these idiots won? 0. Dude, what is he talking about to win Oscars? Dude, what a weirdo, bro. They're never going to win an Oscar. I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now, Angel Studios, which is their studio that he was like paid to promote, Angel Studios will never, ever, ever win an Oscar. Why? Because their movies are dog shit. They are made by people that all failed and couldn't get jobs in Hollywood. They got really resentful, so they got super religious. They start making shitty movies with shitty directors and shitty editors and shitty writers, and they make crappy movies that they then like buy a whole bunch of tickets for to run them up the fucking, the sales thing to make it look like they're good. But I go see them, okay? I have a fucking, like a Regal membership. We go see everything. I go see the Angel Studios movies. They are the worst, bro. They are so bad. Even when they have great actors in them, they are so bad, dude. But dude, the NFL is done, according to Benny. All right, Benny, bring it home, buddy.
To win Emmys. And that was Charlie's mission, was that Turning Point would be something that could take on culture, that could prove that a god can bleed, right? In the words of Leonidas, right, in 300. Right. Like to prove that the NFL, you don't have to just accept their programming, you can do something different. And it is just a massive shout out to the entire team.
Oh, good. You recorded something and you put it on YouTube, Benny. You are the first person to record something and put it on YouTube.
Proud to be helpful in promoting it.
Well,
but everybody Benny, from Mosaic, everyone from inside of Turning Point, just a massive shout out for changing culture and history last.
Dude. Dude, look at this. Dude, look at this. The NFL's most viewed Super Bowl halftimes. Dude, Bad Bunny was 135.4. Kendrick Lamar 133, Michael Jackson 133, Rihanna 121, Katy Perry 118, and then of course TPUSA's pre-recorded Kid Rock YouTube special, 20 million on YouTube, mostly bots because nobody was chatting, but yes, you really have, Benny, you have fucking changed the culture, bro. You are like a bunion on the foot of NFL history. Congratulations, Benny. Oh, wow, dude. That is amazing. All right. Dude, I'm impressed. I don't know about you, but I am quite impressed, boss. Dude. That, right? That's the live views of what? Of Benny were like 10,000? Dude, I think there was hardly anyone watching that thing. Right? Grifters lying to boomers and rubes, dude. Damien. Dude, I love Damien, dude. He's amazing. Oh, shit. Dude. All right. All I can say is that, like, dude, this shit was amazing. Like, what about this? There's an American flag right there, bro. Like, what is he even talking about? The only thing more powerful than hate is love. And he's got a bunch of guys. Like, there's some white guys and Latino guys, and they're all dressed up, like, kind of in the sort of the island wear that, like, people from his native Puerto Rico will go. He's got a football that had a message about us being together. And there's all of these flags on all of the North American continents because we do have the United States of America. But, like, dude, we share the new world, man, which is like, you know, North America is a continent. South America is a continent. Then there's like Central America in there. And like, we're all, you know, we're all like on this continent together, man. We're like, we share this huge, vast space that's divided into a whole bunch of countries, you know? And like, what about this? I just don't understand. Like, I don't see any like transgender people like making out in fucking chains or any of this shit. Like, I don't think there's even a transgender person in this frame right now. And like, what the hell is he talking about, bro? I mean, I did see I saw a gay dude like here in on the TPUSA on the Charlie Kirk show. There's like a gay dude that talked to me for like 5 minutes, right? But like the only LGBTQ person I've seen in this whole thing has been, right, fucking, you know, Benny, right? I don't know. It's just really confusing. I just don't know how you look at this and you know, this is not mythical, woke, progressive, queer, transgender, identifies as a cat, pees in a kitty litter box style. Like, that's not here. That's not what these guys are. Dude. Right? And dude, isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird? Like, that's weird because you wonder, like, what are they watching, bro? Right? And then, dude, 135 million, bro. And he's like, the NFL will never be the same. Dude, I don't know, man. Right? I just don't know. Like, let me just tell you this, guys. You ready? Like, like I said, I'm a season ticket holder in Vegas, and now I've got a little bit of money because the channels actually I'm making more than I'm spending finally. Dude, I'm like, I'm gonna go to some games. I mean, we got a new coach. We got Kubiak, right? The Seattle OC is now the Raiders coach. We got the #1 draft pick, which I'm presuming is gonna be Fernando Mendoza. And so I'm gonna go to some games. I'm gonna be going to Vegas on Sundays. I'm going to be, of course I am, bro. Like, you know, and like, dude, I don't know, dude. I feel like it's not like Bad Bunny. I'm going to quit going to the NFL. Like, and the funny thing is, here's the thing that's crazy about this. You ready? Is Benny even an NFL fan? I don't think I've ever seen Benny wear a piece of NFL merchandise or even sports merchandise, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, like, you know what I mean? I mean, honestly, I don't think Benny even, like, right? Tight end? Yeah. Well, dude, look at his flag. Like, what fucking flag does he have in the back there? What flag is that even? Right? Like, when we look at him, right, he talks about, like, nationalism. Let's find out what flag it is. The circle of stars. It's this one. It's the Betsy Ross circle of stars. Okay? So this is, so dude, so he is using a flag. He doesn't even have the United States flag in his studio. He has a flag of like 1776. Like when there was like slavery and there was like a rebellion against the government. Like, that's weird. Like, he didn't, right, it's 13 colonies. Like, bro, that's not America. Dude, that shit is like 300 years old, bro. Like, where the hell has he been, dude? Was he think it's fucking 300 years ago? Does he want to go back? Does he want us to, like, replace his teeth with wooden George Washington teeth? Like, what is he even doing? You know what I mean? They don't like current America. Yes, they do not like America. They liked America 300 years ago when coincidentally they were all dead and they don't even know what it was like. It is a weirdo fantasy because they'd have no idea what America was like back then. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would Benny have done back then, dude? He would have been crying about, like, he can't get a manicure. Or, like, dude, he'd have, like, wooden teeth and shit. And he would have been maybe, like, you know, he would have been maybe, like, dancing in a thong for fucking, you know, Robert E. Lee's, right? Or, like, Robert E. Lee wasn't even around, dude. They would have, dude, somebody said in 1776, they would call Benny a dandy and set him on fire, dude. That's, like, true. They would have, bro. They would have, like, dude, that's so funny. Rod said in 1776, they would call Benny a dandy and set him on fire. That is oddly specific, but I can actually picture it. Dude, like, bro, what are we doing, dude? He'd be like, "Hey guys," and they'd be like, "Dude, we're definitely burning this one." Dude, like, what does he think, dude? Oh, that's funny, bro. You know what I mean? Like, what is he even doing? He does not like America, dude. It's like, it is some weird fantasy, man. You know, this is all some bizarre fantasy that, like, they have some fantasy that they're, like, the rebels and, like, you know, the woke people are, like, England and they're, like, or the woke people are, like, the Native Americans and they're, like, no, we're going to take all their land. We're going to take all their shit. Like, bro, what are they even doing, boss? That shit is crazy. All right, dude, did we have some Ghislaine Maxwell? Can we take a few minutes before I go? I do have to go, but, like, what do we got here? All right. Is the owner of the Atlantic. So Ghislaine Maxwell invoked the fifth in a deposition. I'm assuming it was not a video deposition. Dude, they're really pumping the Sarah Ransom, right? That's interesting that they're all playing like one Sarah Ransom clip. Dude, like, what are they doing? Everybody is playing and they're all attacking her, right? There's a bunch of Trump people attacking. You see this, though? You see, I'm sorry, but this is one of the creepiest looking human beings. Like, dude, Sarah Ransom is like, she's amazing. She has a book. It's called Silence No More. Right here. It's intense. We should probably do a Sarah Ransom, like the same way that we did a Virginia Giuffre. She's from South Africa. She is beautiful. And she's like, dude, she's been through a lot. Like, she went to the island a lot. And like, but like, dude, these people that are like Trump supporters are all collectively, they're calling her a demon. Okay. And like, what are they doing? Like, these people are like trying to say she's demonic. Like, here's another photograph of her. I mean, dude, she is beautiful and like, she's been through a lot. Powerful. She's taken these guys on, right? But they're like, a bunch of people are like attacking her. I don't know. It's like, seems a little strange, doesn't it? Right? And there's like a coordinated MAGA attack on her, you know? And, you know, we also see there's a lot of people supporting her, but there's also like a coordinated MAGA attack. But all right, so let's see what it says. What do we have about fucking Ghislaine? All right. Says that it was a closed-door oversight committee deposition and Ghislaine Maxwell refused to answer questions. So she took the fifth. Okay, she wouldn't answer questions about Epstein's co-conspirators, and she said she would testify fully and clear Donald Trump and Bill Clinton if granted clemency. So like, that's weird. She's going to clear Donald Trump and Bill Clinton if they get clemency, but like that's weird. Dude, she's offering a deal. If I get relieved of my crimes, I'm going to clear you and Bill Clinton. I mean, I don't want her to clear Clinton and fucking Trump. I want both of them to go to prison. You know what I'm saying? And they have all these clips, but these clips are pretty old, actually, that they're resurfacing. Dude, it's like, it's just interesting. Hold on. See what we can find here. All right. See, oh, she took the fifth. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Are you aware of Donald Trump ever engaging in sexual activity with an individual introduced to him by you or Jeffrey Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Are you aware of Donald?
Okay. So, like, why did she invoke her Fifth Amendment right? Is this real? Is this a real video? Or is this fucking AI, bro? Is this real? Because I don't know. I know she did invoke her Fifth Amendment right, but I don't know if this video is real. Okay, we know she invoked it, but what I'm wondering is did 𝗦𝘚𝗀 put this out? Okay, let me see here. Let's go to 𝗦𝘚𝗀, because if 𝗦𝘚𝗀 put it out, then we know it's real. Okay, it doesn't look like AI. I know, but like, I don't want to be fucking, you know. So let's see what 𝗦𝘚𝗀. I trust them. They're definitely covering this shit. Okay. And I know that today the Oversight Committee saw a bunch of unredacted stuff. Okay. Now, I'm just looking at who's talking about this shit. So let's find that fucking thing. We're talking to a bunch of officials. It's on their channel. Then they should post it here. Oh, I'm not seeing it here. It's on their YouTube channel. So yeah, here's an old deposition of hers, 2015.
17 in Florida. So as far as I'm aware, a professional masseuse showed up for a massage. There is nothing inappropriate or incorrect about that. And your mischaracterization of it, I think, is unfortunate.
How many teenagers did he have that were professional masseuses that worked in his home?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
How many?
First of all, I'm not aware of teenagers who worked in his home.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. So she said this is 2015 where she says she was not aware of any teenagers. But we know she was aware of teenagers. We know she actively did things with teenagers. So like, man, she's like, there's like a history here of her lying. Okay. Hold on.
Have a scheme to recruit underage girls to use them for purposes of sexual massages?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
Okay, I'll speak again, please.
Sure. Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls to use them for sexual massages?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
Can you ask it a different way?
Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls for sexual massages?
Object to Foreman Foundation.
If you know.
So, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, she says, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so she says, I don't know what you're talking about in 2015. Never heard of it. Never had it. Okay. However, like, we know that was not true. Yeah, no, Laurel, this is not the one that we just looked at. This is an old one from 2015. So this is a 2015 video where she was saying, I've never heard of anything like this with Jeffrey Epstein. I am not aware he ever had teenagers, and I am not right. But we know that, like, she lied. She was lying here because she was participating in this. She knew she was one of the ringleaders, and she went to fucking prison for this. But this was showing how she has previously lied in the past. Now, all right, let's go to 𝗦𝘚𝗀 and look at what we got here.
For those who have been...
And we saw that interview, okay, with Anushka, but I want to see let's go to 𝗦𝘚𝗀. You said the one of her deposition is there. Let's find it. Which video is it? Oh, it's right here. Full Ghislaine deposition. Oh, nice. Okay, so they have the full deposition here. All right, so this is good. I'm going to fucking bookmark this, and we'll watch some of this, and I'm going to fucking save that, and they'll watch later. There we go. Perfect. Okay, good. So that is real, okay? As far as we know, that picture is real. It looks like, yes. Yeah, okay, there we go. There we go. All right, good. So she did invoke her Fifth Amendment right, but like, why would she? I mean, let's go to this one. Remember this classic?
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
So again, like, dude, if he never socialized with Donald Trump with females under the age of 18, why doesn't he just say, like, no, I never did that? Why is he taking the 5th? You know? And like, again, if Donald Trump never hooked up with young girls, why is she taking the 5th? But like, it's like she's playing a game. She's taking the 5th and then saying, oh, if you give me clemency, I'm going to exonerate you, but you won't exonerate him unless you get out of jail. But like, dude, she's a dirty liar. Okay. Ghislaine Maxwell is a dirty liar. Ghislaine Maxwell is an abuser. You know what I'm saying? Like, she actually participated in the SA. And so like, there's something about this that is just not adding up, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, dude. I mean, she's a dirty liar. We saw that. We saw, okay? We saw her thing. We saw her 2015 deposition where she said, I don't know what you're talking about. They're like, what do you mean? He had no scheme to get girls. He had nothing but a professional masseuse. I never saw anything. There's no such thing as that. Dirty liar. Dirty liar. Sorry, Ghislaine. Dude, we're going to force you to watch the fucking TPUSA halftime show on repeat for like 5 years, bro. That's going to be your punishment, right? We're going to put you in a room and make you watch a bunch of unknown country people sing about American culture 20 hours a day. Dude, did a video about the ranch. Yeah, no, we're going to look into the ranch, guys. Okay, there is definitely some shit at Zorro Ranch that we're going to have to look over. And you know, it's crazy, okay? Because there are a lot of victim statements about Zorro Ranch, and they never searched that place, guys. When they originally raided his Palm Beach mansion, computers were gone and hard drives were missing, and they never found them. And then they searched New York, and France searched Paris, and we haven't seen that, but they never searched Zorro. They did not search it. Now, there might be some, you know, whatever. There might be some trace evidence there. A lot of it's going to be gone in 2023. It got sold to a trust with some anonymous people involved. We don't know who owns it, but there was, you know, a lot of women have talked about, you know, underground surveillance rooms and, you know, huge underground spaces. We don't know what was going on there. And well, no, Pinky, you know what's crazy is the New Mexico government actually didn't cover it up. Here's what happened was, you know, the New Mexico government tried to search this. They wanted to, when they found out, oh shit, they're searching Palm Beach, this thing's coming about, they're prosecuting, holy shit, he's got a ranch here. They wanted to search it. And then the feds, the FBI, during Trump's first term, the FBI came in and said, hey, no, we got this. You guys stand down. This is our jurisdiction. It's our case. We're going to take care of this because, right, there was like a battle over it. And the feds said, we got this. You guys have to stand down. And then the feds never searched it. And that's crazy. Now, there was a faction like the New Mexico governor and old governor, Bill Richardson, was one of Epstein's guys. So there's like probably a faction of government tied to Bill Richardson that maybe didn't want this thing getting out, but there were some local people that did want to do it. and the feds stepped in and made it so they couldn't do it. And then the feds never searched it. But here's what I don't understand, guys, is Maureen Comey, who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell, one of the witnesses in that trial was Annie Farmer. And Annie Farmer was actually SA'd at the ranch, at Zorro Ranch back in 1996. This was Maria Farmer's first call to the FBI. What I don't understand is why did Maureen Comey, why did they have an entire, case against Ghislaine Maxwell where they had a witness who had been SA'd at Zorro Ranch testify to put Ghislaine away, but they never searched the ranch? To me, that's really weird. I mean, you would have thought since one of their witnesses was SA'd there, they would have absolutely torn that place apart. That to me, I understand Trump's feds not looking into it because they're covering their own asses, but I don't understand why Maureen Comey didn't have her, SDNY investigators or whatever go search that place. Right? I don't know. That's to me, that is really weird. Or maybe she was told that they searched it and there was just nothing relevant there. I don't know. Right? Because I know that the FBI held a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if Maureen Comey got everything from the FBI. We don't know who's fucking telling the truth here, right? If maybe Comey was compromised and maybe his daughter was compromised. I don't know. That's a possibility, right? But there's something around that ranch is fucking not good. Okay. And so guys, if I don't know where the Midas Touch video is on Zorro Ranch, if it's not going to be easy for me to find, please put a link to it in Discord. If it is going to be easy for me to find, then don't worry about it so much. But there is some shit here. Okay. And there is that ranch was fucking weird, bro. Why does Ghislaine have the right to claim the Fifth Amendment? Yeah. Well, so, I mean, I believe, Megan, that the situation is as much like the Fourth Amendment or much like the First Amendment or much like the 14th Amendment and all of our amendments. They apply to everybody on American soil, which means if you are being tried of a crime here, no matter where you're from, if America is trying you for a crime, you are covered by the U.S. Constitution. It protects everybody standing inside the border of America, right? If you're standing on American soil, you are protected by that Constitution. This is the part that the anti-immigration people don't understand. Why due process is important is an undocumented person in America is still protected by the U.S. Constitution, same as a full U.S. citizen is. It's the wording are very careful where they don't say citizen. If it says citizen somewhere, if something applies to citizens, it'll say citizen. But if you look at the Fifth Amendment, if we look at the Fifth Amendment text, okay, it says, let's see the official text. Okay. It says no person shall be held to answer for capital or otherwise infamous crime unless a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. So it says no person, right? Nor shall any person be subject, nor shall any person be compelled. So again, it's no person, right? So it is like citizen, undocumented, whatever. And it doesn't matter. It just applies to anybody in the United States, right? And yes, but it's only here, right? If you get arrested in China, the U.S. Constitution does not protect you. But if a Chinese citizen gets arrested in America, even if this is the first time they've ever been here and they've been on our soil for 5 minutes, they are covered by the U.S. Constitution, right? You know what I'm saying? But so the thing is, though, the thing about this is right here. The Fifth Amendment is that you can't be compelled to be a witness, right, against himself, right? You know what I mean? You can't be compelled to be a witness against himself, right? That's the key, okay? Like they can, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's where it's like, you know, they can't force you to like speak out. You know what I mean? I mean, they can force you to be a witness against a person. They can issue a subpoena and they can make you go into the courtroom and they can make you sit in a chair and they can make you be asked questions to testify against a person in that room, but they cannot compel you to tell anything, which would then be a witness against yourself, right? You know what I mean? That would be like it's like they, in other words, it's like you can't be forced to be a witness against another person where now they're going to potentially use what you say against you, right? It's that little fucking loophole right there that like, you know what I'm saying? Which is like, that's the loophole of it is because otherwise what you could do if we didn't have the Fifth Amendment, somebody could charge a person with a crime, force another person to be a witness in that trial, and then that person would be forced to divulge information that would then maybe allow them to try the witness too. And so you would be able to then use the loophole of, instead of arresting a person, if you had a suspicion of a person committing a crime, you could just arrest somebody else and force them to be a witness, and they would now have to tell you the truth about what happened. Aha, I caught you, and now we're going to prosecute you. So this is like a protection that prevents them from using the court system to sneak attack like a forced confession out of somebody, right? And don't fuck children or be part of it. Not that hard. I know, dude. It seems like it should not be that hard. But that doesn't mean that everybody who invokes the Fifth is guilty of something. But when you're invoking the Fifth, what you're doing is what's really going on with invoking the Fifth is that you're making sure that you're not divulging some piece of information that they're going to use against you later. Okay, it's a way of saying, you know what? I don't want to open myself up to like I believe you're asking me this question because you want to prosecute me for something, and I'm not going to give you any information that might give you an excuse to prosecute me. Right? You know? Right? It's like already if a jury trial and you've been summoned, then like pleading the Fifth wouldn't apply. Well, no, you could plead the Fifth in a jury trial too, and they could use that to try and make you look guilty. I mean, like jury trials are, you know, like, but normally, you know, I think you can plead the Fifth in a jury trial, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you absolutely can. You can refuse to answer questions. But I think in most instances, like, you know, that's a dangerous ground, right? Because, you know, that could, you know what I'm saying? That could work against your case, right? That could, I mean, you know, it depends. I think in some instances, you know, depending on the case, like what's hard about it is normally it's not a corroborating witness that's going to plead the fifth, because normally they're only calling witnesses that are going to not plead the fifth because it's going to help them win the case. But what happens though, and you can always plead the fifth, but what happens in trials is normally people just don't take the stand. So in a trial, you're not going to have somebody go on the stand. Like Donald Trump didn't go on the stand and plead the fifth. He just refused to go on the stand, which is another way of essentially pleading the fifth. If you're on trial, you don't have to go on, take the stand. Okay. That is like your Fifth Amendment right to not go up there and take the stand, you know? So you don't, that's how it exercises. But like they could call a witness and a witness could refuse to answer the question, but that would kind of make the lawyers look bad, I think, because then the jury would be like, why are they asking this witness up here? Right? Like a lawyer, if they knew the person was going to plead the fifth, they just wouldn't call that person to the stand. And right? You know what I mean? Right? You know, so send the FBI after you. Dude, I'm wondering when the FBI is going to be at my door. But yeah, I mean, you know, but it's interesting though, because the fifth also can make you look guilty. But again though, like when you, thank you for the link. I will say the one thing you got to remember about trials is trials are like a jury trial is a theatrical performance. Okay. So in a jury trial, you're like only asking the questions that elicit the answers that fucking, you know, like put forth the narrative you want. So if you have a witness that could be exploited by the other attorneys, your opposing attorneys, you probably won't even put that person on the stand, because it's like, it is really everything about the jury is like trying to get away with asking a series of leading questions that impeach someone's character or lend credibility to the narrative you're trying to sell to the audience. It's like, you're like, this is reality. And the other side is like, no, this is reality. And then you jockey trying to, like, every person that is proving their reality, you try to make that person look like a liar. And they do the same to you. And whoever does it better and more convincingly wins. And it has nothing to do with whether the crime was committed. And it has nothing to do with whether the person is guilty or innocent. Okay? It is literally just like two different versions of reality. And then each person is trying to impeach the other version or try to present believable evidence. And if you bring in an expert that says this happened, they're going to bring in an expert that says, no, this other thing happened. And then your expert, they're going to say, well, we hear you like to get drunk and beat your wife. And he's going to say, no, I don't. And they're going to be like, well, we found this little fucking thing. And then if that guy didn't tell his attorneys he did that 20 years ago, he just sank the goddamn case. So the attorney's job is like, if I put you on that stand, there better not be one goddamn thing they're going to drag up about you. Like, what have you done anything bad since you have been fucking like 14 years old and now? Is there anything I need to know about? Right? And they have like investigators looking into them, because it is like, you don't want somebody to reveal a surprise aha on the stand, right? Because your case is over the minute that happens. So, dude, it's so funny, dude. Dude, I love the law. It's like, I don't know, if I had done a career job, I think I would have been a lawyer, because it really is like, if you're a court attorney, it is kind of like you're a reality TV star. You're just performing for a camera of 12 people and a judge and right. And, you know, but it is like you are out there like selling a reality and trying to convince people that everybody on your side is like the truthful people. It's pretty crazy, right? It is like, let me just say this, guys. This is what's so hard about the judicial system is this shit is malleable, okay? Meaning like justice is elusive because there's precedents and there's previous things that people have done and introduced to the court, and ultimately you try to bend the law to contain your story. And it is like, you know what I'm saying? It is like there's a lot of jockeying going on, and it is, you know, there are ways of like playing with the structure, you know, and that's why when you think of like the attorneys that charge exorbitant rates that represent these really powerful clients, those are attorneys that are really good at taking those structures and kind of like bending them in a way that they get the end result they want. Because the better you are at like taking those words and loosely interpreting them and like backing up your interpretation with existing case law and then getting the jury to not trust people, the better you do that, the better, the more successful you are, right? Scumbags protect scumbags. I mean, defense attorney is a really dirty business. It is, because in defense attorney, like often you know your client is guilty, but your job is to just get him off, you know? Dude, let's go. Spurs, appreciate you, boss. Let's go. All right, that being said, dude, I'm gonna go, I gotta go make some videos. All right, I'm behind, but we have some content. Just to be clear, I was saying you proverbial. Oh yeah, I don't know. I didn't personalize a you that you were talking about. But there is like the law is not like the law in America is not black and white. Okay? American legal law is all different shades of gray. Right? You know what I'm saying? You know? You know what I mean? You know, I took way too long. I don't know what I took. Took way too long for what? No, I didn't. You took way too long. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, no, the law is like, it's not. Right? Dude, is this the longest stream I've ever done? No. I mean, I don't know. Like politics? I don't know. I don't know what my longest politics stream, but my longest gaming stream was like 38 hours or something, right? I think I did 38. Yeah, something like that. It was a while. And that is with no sleep. That is just a consistent. I used to do 24-hour streams like once a month when I was a gamer. I did them once a month for like more than a year, right? I was a pretty regular. And then I did one that was like 38 hours or 34 hours. It was long. I think it was 38. I think I was trying, or maybe it was 34. I was trying to do 36, but it was long. But gaming is pretty easy because you just get, you know, junked out on the game and like, you know, you get sort of whacked out. Political instincts be wilder than your hair on receding day. Let's go. Dude, I have pretty good instincts just in general. You've never been able to game that long? Dude, I mean, it depends on the game, but I used to, like, I could game Fortnite, or like, man, when I was doing GTA, I used to do GTA RP in the No Pixel server, the server with like Pokemon and XQC and all them. And dude, I was streaming like 18 hours a day, guys. I was like, that's why I quit. I was so junked out on GTA RP. It was just so easy to get lost in that fucking environment. Like, bro, I had to pull the plug because I was just, it was like I was too wrapped up, right? I was. Dude, let's go. Dude, the backward hat, I can't really do the backward hat. How about this? Let's go. You ready? Good morning. Let's go. Shatili, appreciate you, boss. Let's go. Dude, I am a night owl, But all right, now I'm going to go be a morning owl. You have 2,500 hours on Rocket League? All right. Dude, I have a lot of hours on Fortnite. Dude, I think I have way, like, I don't know, like a lot, dude. A lot of hours. Right? If you look, dude, you ready? Let's look at this. Hold on. We're going to do this. We're going to go to my Fortnite tracker. Okay, here's my Fortnite tracker. It's been viewed almost 300,000 times. Okay, this is my thing. If we look at my overview, okay, I have played, where is it? Let's find a total solos. I have played 23,261 games of solo Fortnite. I played 6,000 duos, 3,800 trios, 2,100 squads. So I played like about 37,000 games of Fortnite. And you figure it probably averages 15 minutes a game, 37,000. So that's probably about, you know, I don't know, 10,000 hours. Maybe it's 20 minutes a game. That's a lot of games, right? Isn't that crazy? Dude, that's crazy, right? There it is, 35,721 matches. Dude, that's a lot of games, bro. Shit. Dude, that's fucking nutty. All right? Dude, that's fucked up. It's a lot of hours. All right, you ready? Let's go. Let's get it. We got a dance party coming up. Let's go, dude. What a crazy stream, dude. We had like several hours. Hey guys, I know tonight was not your typical politics stream, but like, thank you. Like I said, I've had a couple of emotional days. Jenny and I are going through some crazy, like, empty nester growth period, life-changing shit. And so I think today was just one of those days with a lot of weird tangents. And like, you know what I mean? Thank you for being here and like helping me process all of that and work through it. And like, hopefully you got something good out of it. Tomorrow we'll be back to like the 8 o'clock-ish, 9 o'clock-ish. Let's go. All right. Dude, now we're going to fucking stretch. No, dude, there's nothing to be sorry about. Like tonight, dude, I got good political shit tonight. Right? We'll be all right. We'll be all right. We're growing this thing slow, man. You know, I'm like, it's like we're growing it slow, dude. Slow but sure. Slow and steady. And I mean, I kind of like that, right? I will say this, like my path with Fortnite was I went like mega huge viral all at once over a period of like 3 months. But it was like, it was hard because there was a lot of fame, but not a lot of like, you know, it was like temporary and fleeting. And then it became like a chasing it, like you were always chasing that big explosion. And so I kind of want to do this one slow and steady because the big virality is like really hard. It's hard when you go super viral, it's hard to maintain that over time. You finally got a live. Let's go. Glad you're here. You know what I'm saying? You love the videos. Thank you. You know what I mean? It's like hard. It's hard to maintain it. Like super virality is like you know, I always talk about Elvis, right? If you look at Elvis, I don't think people realize Elvis, his first year of playing music, he had like so many #1 hits. All of his shit skyrocketed to the moon. It was like crazy. But then he couldn't maintain it. He like fell apart. And he spent the rest of his career chasing that first year. And he eventually was doing the songs from the first year in Vegas while he was overweight and addicted to pills, because he was so viral in that first year that he could never get that back. And so I think a lot of Elvis's career was like really sad and depressing and hard for him, because he was chasing the fucking something he could never top. And then other people came, like the Beatles, and they became the mega viral, and he was just struggling to catch up, right? And that's really hard on people. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's really fucking that like huge virality can really fuck you up. Yeah. You want to be the tortoise, baby. Dude, and he was a bit of a pederast too, wasn't he? Right? He was, again, dude, Elvis. Dude, Elvis is your favorite pelvis? He was like an Epstein guy, wasn't he? Right? Dude? All right, you ready? Let's go. 5:30 in the morning. Thank you to the new guys. All right, thank you guys for hanging out late. I know it was late, but we're going to go do our thing. We're going to get our dance on. Checkity, check, 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 check. Yo, 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 yo. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's get it. Oh, 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 oh.
They have a lot to say, but I don't know. Been here before, yeah, I do recognize the title. There's marble floor, and I don't need my eyes to see what lies behind that wooden door. Ooh, a little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. See it like things will turn out okay. Everything lately, I'm feeling so familiar. Coming on greatly, it's feeling like a million. I've been here before, yeah, I do recognize the title. This marble floor, and I don't need my what lies behind that wooden door. Ooh, a little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. Ooh, a little time with you, and I can see it like. Ooh, a little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. Ooh, a little time with you. See it like things will turn out okay. Oh! I'm coming up slowly. This feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy. An notion that I will make it out somehow. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. See it like a little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. A little time with you, and I can see it like things will turn out alright this time, I know.
All right. 5 a.m. dance. Yeah, I don't know if that was the best one I ever did. All right, guys. It is a good palate cleanser. All right. I'm going to go. Thank you, guys, for the late night. I will, I'll see you guys. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to be back on earlier. It's going to be more regular. You guys have a good day. and take care of your head. All right, please, because it is like, dude, it's overwhelming out there, bro. It is. I just know one thing, guys. You know what I know? I know I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love with everything. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love with everything but me. Let's go. Dude, all right. Dude, I'm probably waking up my neighbors right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Because I might be tempted.
I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love with everything. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love with everything but me. Yeah, yeah. Me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you, I love you. Yeah, 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 I love you. Yeah, 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 I love you. Dude, today, let's go. Thank you, boss. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Radiant in my world. Radiant. Hey, I'm gonna know. Yeah. Woo! I can't pretend. No, 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 no. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I would never